Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, one and all. Sunday afternoons are meant to be awesome, and here we are to make your Sunday afternoon even more interesting. It's my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the Embark 2021, our annual business symposium of EMBA at Department of Management Studies, IIT Madras. The theme this year is the future that arrives sooner. Certainly, Richard Branson successfully completed a space travel. This is not a rocket science anymore. All you need is a mere $58 million for a space travel. Imagine sleeping on a lovely farmhouse on a deserted highway and waking up to a row of bungalows the next morning. Did that just happen? Yes, of course. IIT Madras startup Twasta has successfully built India's first 3D printed house. Tarzan the Wonder Car, I am sure you guys can recall, it was a fantasy back in 2004 with Ajay Devgan's ghost driving it. But in today's context, no more. Driverless cars and fully connected fleet with advanced analytics is just a thing of reality. Effectively enabled online classes as we are all going through it, virtual stage as we are in, AI in healthcare, telemedicine, successful OTT platforms, IoT-enabled air conditioners and all devices at home, cashless transactions, and much more. Technology is at the heart of everything. But the question to ponder is, how long is it here to stay? Do we really need all this? These thoughts may not have crossed our mind earlier if not the COVID-imposed lockdown, where we were forced to think and rethink our needs and wants. We delve deeper into these thought-provoking elements and gain insights from industry stalwarts as we progress into the event. We have an exciting lineup of events to keep you glued to the screen for the next 4 hours. As we embark, I invite Professor Arun Kumar to share the spark of his energy and dynamism with our lovely audience. Professor Arun is the head of Department of Management Studies at IIT. He exhibits strong amalgamation of subject matter expertise, industry experience, and pedagogical knowledge. His association with the Institute is for 18 years and more now, and he has been heading the Department of Management Studies since 2019. He has also been visiting faculty at various prominent institutions across the country. Over to you, Dr. Arun.
Thank you, Anushka. Good afternoon to all of you who joined here. In fact, I join Anushka in extending a warm welcome on behalf of DOMS IIT Madras, and especially to our keynote speaker, Dr. Zinakar, for whom IIT is certainly not a new place. I mean, he has come back to his alma mater. Now, coming to the theme, the future that arrived sooner, is quite interesting in multiple sense in the current context. I mean, with the entire world accepting the pandemic and limping back to normalcy slowly, etc., I mean, taking cue from what Anushka said, the surprising fact here is the scenario has changed a little more dramatically, though the changes have been on, like what Ms. Anushka said, like AI and interface of AI and other things, but the pace of change has been very, very fast. Like we usually argue that unless there is a forced disruption, changes do not happen quicker. I mean, there was also an argument a couple of years back that the acceleration of fintech, at least in India, was pure to demonetization, etc. But I don't want to get into that part of it. But unless there is a forced, what do you call it, as a disruption, the changes do not happen quicker. But what is the kind of change that we see in the current context? This current context the change has led to what is called as quicker or faster than anticipated technology adoption. That is, as just flipping through the World Economic Forum report on the future of jobs in 2020. Of course, it's slightly dated. We are almost towards the end of 21 now. I was just flipping through it. It is very surprising that I observed that the prediction is that the changes will be disrupting about 85 million jobs across 15 industries and 26 economies by 2025, and that is accelerated to 2025 purely because of the current scenario of the pandemic out there. I mean, that is quite shocking for me when I saw that 85 million jobs and across 15 industries and 26 economies, etc. The report further even indicated that this acceleration has even led to about 80% of the business executives now accelerating their plan to sort of digitize their workplaces to new technologies, etc. And even on the employer front, about 50% of the employers attempting for the same out there into moving towards adoption of technology and less of human interface, etc. But by 2025, employers could even divide the work between human and machines equally, or they will say that only roles that leverage human skills will have a very high demand, and automation will be forced into other aspects like your information or data processing or administration or routine manual jobs. And this is not true only for blue collar, this is true for blue and as well as white collar position. At least that is what the World Economic Forum report on the future of jobs predicts. And they said that this acceleration is purely driven because of COVID, etc. And that was quite shocking. Of course, there are some positive sides also. On the positive side, we can expect about 97 million new roles. I mean, though we say disruption about 85 million jobs, we expect about 95 million new roles that would sort of come across purely because of the fourth industrial, what we call it as industrial revolution, driven because of technologies like AI, content creations, etc. in these kind of fields out there. So these are the kind of, though the disruption is going to be 85 million, the opportunity is going to be about 97 million. Again, it is across the world out there. This surge is going to have a huge amount of demand for people who can fill what you call it as quote unquote green economy jobs out there, and in fact forefront in aspects like data and AI economy, as well as cloud computing and product development, etc. This is what is the prediction out there. So, but without the pandemic, was this prediction not there? Yes, this prediction was there, but only thing is the entire prediction was for about a decade or a little more than that. Now we see that pace of change, pace of adoption of technology has come in a little more sooner and faster out there. In fact, very much we talk about Embark itself. I remember in 2019, we used to have it as a physical event right out there in one of the auditoriums inside the campus, and we were having it. But the last year, when the batch came out and said that we got to go out with the event, my first reaction was, I said, no, this year is pandemic, there's nothing, the event cannot happen. And quicker they were able to sort of go back and they said, no, we have to go ahead and then let's sort of work out to the best possible way. And then they came out. That is the and we were able to sort of get in and adapt quite well out there. And it was it was very good success. In fact, I was very surprised at the way event was carried out even the last year out there. So I think the current batch is also trying to do the same or even improve it better out here. In fact, with the technology partners and everything. So what I see is more, whatever I had described out there is more in terms of the pace of adoption of technology, I think has sort of increased out there. And that is creating a lot of newer opportunities is also being felt, at least by the industry experts, at least to whom I did talk to, as well as the reports I was basically reading to. Now, without taking much time, I would hand it over to Anushka. I think then we would sort of hear from the keynote speaker, especially on these events out there. Over to you, Anushka. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Arun, for setting just the right tone. We are always in awe of the energy and the enthusiasm you bring. As students, we can definitely feel it and experience it in all your classes. And like you said, it's the rate of adoption that matters, certainly, like how Charles Darwin said, survival of the fittest. So probably in this current context, fittest will be a multidimensional parameter. Yeah, that is how it will be. Thank you so much, sir. And now is the time to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Jabe Sinagar. Dr. Jabe Sinagar, fondly called as Dr. JD, is working with TVS Motor Company Limited as Senior Vice President, Advanced Engineering Group in Hosur. TVSM is one of the leading automobile company with a turnover of more than USD 2.3 billion. TVSM has global operations and sales with factories in multiple locations, including Hosur, Mysore, and Indonesia. His association with the company is for more than 18 years now, and his current responsibilities include both technology development and advanced engineering. He led the team to develop the first three-wheeler, TVS King, from TVSM with CNG and LPG fuel options. The recent focus of him was working on smart electric vehicles and technologies, and recently TVSM has launched smart electric two-wheeler as well, IQ. Currently, he heads the electrical and electronic team for both new product development and technology products. His area of work include hybrid and electric powertrain development and corresponding electronic controls. Before joining TVS, he worked with engineering team in GE Transportation Bangalore, which is a part of GE the USA. Prior to joining GE, he had 9 years of experience at Engineering Research Center at Tata Motors, Pune. Dr. Dinagar has a rich and varied industrial experience of over 30 years, spanning smart vehicle development, small engine design and development, engine calibration, engine durability development, R&D facilities development of new control algorithms, and embedded systems and electric vehicle development. He has more than 130 patents in India and global, and more than 50 international and national publications. Isn't that amazing? He is an active member of Society of Automated Engineers and American Society of Mechanical Engineers, Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. He is also a life member of the Combustion Institute of India chapter. Dr. Dinagar completed his Bachelor of Engineering in Mechanicals from College of Engineering, Anna University, and Masters from Madras Institute of Engineering and Anna University. His PhD work in mechanical engineering was from IIT Madras in new combustion technology for diesel engines. Over to you, Dr. JD. The stage is all yours.
Yes, thank you, Anishka, and thank you, Dr. Arun and Murugesh, who worked with me for quite some time. And so this is a very apt topic to discuss at this point with young students, the future that arrived sooner. And so I'll pick two words from both my previous speakers, kind of. Aniksha mentioned just now that survival of the fittest. So what happened to the rest? So Dr. Arun mentioned this is called disruption. So 85 million people lost jobs, and they are not the same people who got the jobs. The 90 million who got the jobs are like youngsters like you guys, who are in the latest arsenal of capabilities and tools. So there is some part of the story which is negative, right? The future that arrived sooner. Is it so for you in this generation? No. You are born with a touch screen. Your fingers are all over the screen, all the places. In a touch screen competition, most of you who are attending, younger people other than me and the faculty, will do maybe 300 strokes in typing through a touch screen, where we will be stumbling for few words. So you are part of this generation. For you, the future has not arrived soon. It has come at a normal pace for you. You're born with computers around you, born with the gadgets around you, born with the technologies around you. For you, banking with net banking is normal, and net-based tax compliance, which you will go through, is normal. Imagine the generation which gone by this era of last 30, 40 years, who grew up with me in schools, colleges, went into businesses. They are not the generation who are ready for this sooner. For them, this is sooner. Suddenly their own bank says OTP, password, dual password, you need digital signatures. Absolutely, the normal mundane tax filing for a tax compliant person is an IT nightmare. And the gadgets which you telephone used to be a button which you have to rotate around and access to dial a number very slowly, carefully, which is written down typically. Now there are millions of numbers, millions of passwords, social media accounts. Now the thing is, it is not for them sooner. It is deadly speed. They are still in an era of cable telephone with a BSNL connection. And now we are talking about cell phone, already broadband and satellite phones are already on the horizon. Now we are talking about two set of things. Now, when you look backwards and look at this industry as a whole, look at the modern era of humans, as we can go back to a few hundred years and look at it, this is very, very easy exercise to recollect how we have come through this speed of change. Before that, we will let me take you back, since Aniksha said about Darwin and survival of the fittest. I will take you to early human, where no tools were invented. We are in Iron Age. All of us together in some caves hiding from the wild animals, and we have only our hands to use as tools. So we will look for animals which can't run, which can't bite, which can't attack. We can go to trees which we can easily break, climb, and pluck few fruits, and a few things which are compliant to us. Our hands are the weapons, right? First set of tools what we had. Then so quickly we went into stone tools, and which can cut few more. Assume that we have to cut few branches to make a place for living for the community. Stone tools, we can cut one tree maybe in 1 week. Then came the metals. We found some metals, we burned trees to melt them. So we had tools to cut trees. We can cut a few trees in a week, few tens of 20s or 30s of trees in a few weeks. Then came the slightly better and most sophisticated capabilities. Today we have a chainsaw. You give it to one human being, the forest won't exist in a week. He can remove almost 50,000 trees in a forest with one chainsaw with a couple of liters of petrol. He can remove the entire habitation and he can disrupt. This is what a sooner means. Sooner basically comes with the culmination of technologies as they mature and end up in human hands. Let us go over to this set of events which is leading to this sooner definition today, and it will happen tomorrow. So I don't want this generation to be left behind for this sooner definition. For you to grow with this technology, observe the technology, and as the technology forced us to feel it sooner, and it will make you feel, some of you, if you are not catching up in next 30 years. By the time you see your retirement dates, you will see technologies which are not the same. You will see a world which is very different. Now, how to spot it, how to be with it, how we were able to tide these technological changes in front of our eyes, not getting left out, and stay ahead of the peer group, ahead of the disruption, still survive in the areas of our specialization. As I started in IIT, and what I do today is completely different. And I started as an engine researcher. Today I work on completely electric vehicles, AIs and cloud and data optimization. My role has changed. And I'm no longer that engine guy which my resume proudly talks. I don't want to change it, because that is what I was. And that is what IIT created me to be. That's how IIT creating you to be a manager today in some place, whether you make parts or whether you provide a service. And that won't be enough 30 years down the line. You will be another person, like I've become another JD. You will become another Aniksha or another Murugesh and another Rajesh or whatever you will end up being. So now let me quickly glance through these things. What came to my mind, I simply jotted down few points which are relevant to us to go through. The energy era. So the entire human race is fond of energy. We are consumers of energy. We want a colder weather person wants a room. Hotter room person want a air conditioned room. So we want to consume energy. We want our food to be cooked well prepared. So we want energy for that. We want to travel. Our movement with natural animals to move around, horses or whatever we tried, were slower, too slow for us to move around. Our human muscle power was too slow. We wanted energy. So the energy era moved us into the fuels of yesteryears, coal and fossil. That's how the industrialization born. So it is, industrialization is not the first. The energy drove this industrialization. You don't have energy, you don't have industrialization. That energy moved on to the next level of technologies. We went and created energy from fossil fuel, steam. Then we went on creating electricity out of them. Electrical energy becomes much more portable, which drove the next set of industrialization. Then we mastered nuclear, learned to see atoms and break them and create an energy in multiple ways. Then went near seeing the effects of this energy creating on our environment in front of our eyes. And it is happening too close to us, starting from the California smog, control everything, control emissions, put regulations, make changes the way we consume energy. Then came, now we are talking about net zero, net carbon zero. We have next month COP26 in Europe. We are getting ready for the next targets of carbon on each of the countries, participant members, and to commit ourselves to a carbon-free world. It's our own making. We wanted the world to move faster, fly faster, drive faster. We make bikes that go in 0 to 100 in few seconds. We have cars that can go much faster. We have aircraft cross Mach limits of speed. All requires energy from the nature, which is today we burn at a rate which is not sustainable. And we consume energy. Humans were really the top consumers of energy. When all of us consume, we also leave byproducts which are making us making our environment difficult to continue. So we are moving to a carbon-free energy zone. We have solar. India talks about 260 gigawatt hour of solar power in a short time. We have wind. The only thing is these energy farms are letting us down in a way where we can't store these energies. Wind, whenever it likes, it flows. We can't make it flow faster or slower. We consume energy in the evenings, much higher in urban areas. We seems to have no sunlight at that time. What do I do with the energy? We never try to store energy. Only nature stored energy for us in the form of atoms, chemicals, and with the reactions. But we don't know how to store energy. So then another revolution started in storing energy. We started storing in batteries. I saw a recent article in a magazine, Baghdad the battery is it's called the first battery for not for electric mobility, for various other reasons. They simply took two plates, right, copper and iron, dip it in a pot of wine, and you get energy, electrical energy of 2 volt. And they were using it for various purposes. We don't know what they are using for. We could get those components of a battery. And then we went to 1800. We started talking about dry cell, wet cells, lead acid cells, sealed cell, alkaline cells. We went. Today we have lithium. We had few ampere hours of milliampere hours of energy per kg of the storage medium. Today we can have up to 1000 watt hour of energy, 1 kilowatt hour of energy in a kg of specialized lithium batteries. We are pushing this boundary to go higher. We want to store energy. Why we want to store energy? Because energy is, if you don't store from solar, we don't have it when we want it. Humans are greedy. We tend to store food grains, store everything for a future. One dry day, we won't have access to anything. So we store more than what we need. Typically, this is ingrained in our body for a starvation. Early days onward, we stored grains, and we now store so many things. And you look at the cell phone memories, is another storage, right? Is I saw the latest phones, iPhones talking about 1 terabyte of memory. Maybe we will, you younger people will run out of storage even 1 terabyte. You may require, by the time you mature, it may be 10 terabytes, 20 terabyte devices in hands of a resolution of 16 megapixel, 20 megapixel photos stored for you to analyze and decipher, both for personal and for commercial usages. So we are running out of space for storing. So electrical storage. So we had energy storage, which went parallel. There was a lag. Then came the industrial revolution, which is the next part of the revolution, which is based on the automation. So we started looking at a transistorized world. We had so-called logical devices. We had something to which we were talking about logical cores, which are ferrite cores, which were mimicking logical functions. We went on to do some switches, relays, electromagnetic switches, which are used as memories and devices to mimic processing. We had the first 4-bit processor somewhere in 70s. And when I was a student in IIT, we had the first set of microcontroller microprocessor boards coming in, and we were just moving away from the card-based computing, which we used to have in our mainframes in IIT those days. Fortran programming. Each line of a program is one card. You carry a bag full of cards to the computer center to read and feed, and you have forgotten a comma or a syntax mistake. Next day, somebody will say that your program is not running. You locate the card, change the card, then it runs again. From there, we have come a long way. Today's programming environment, we can program from our handheld devices, submit program to a remote computing environment. So we have developed these electronic transistors, 1, 2, 10, 100. We had 100 transistor computers, 1,000 transistor computers, 1K memory, 5K memory, 10K memory, magnetic memory, tape memory, hard disk memories. We have come, they have, in my days in IIT, we had the first personal computer in the lab, and one of the first earliest personal computers with only 2 floppy drives. There is no hard disk those days. Then we had a 20 megabytes of hard disk, and to what we have today in terabytes. Many of the homes, if you have a home server, you end up having 4 or 5 terabytes of memory, or you've rented a cloud of 1 or 2 terabytes of memory. So we run into this storage. These transistors also helped us to crunch numbers very fast. We developed supercomputers. We developed trillions of transistors. You would have seen iPhone 13 launch a couple of weeks ago, which came with a trillion transistor 813 bionic chip, which drives them with enough of GPUs and processing powers, AI engines built into a cell phone chip, which could not be built into that IBM computer, which was there in IIT in 90s. And so today we can have more processing in a cell phone than maybe the whole country's computer in that time in 1980s in India. So that's the speed at which we can crunch. Why we need to crunch? This industrial revolution and a product generation. I grew up as a product generation. We saw the first time TVs, first time radios, first time Walkman, first time music players, first time gadgets, first time microwave, first time refrigerators in our homes during my era of last 50 years. So this gadget generation, you can call them, created enough of data of the person who's buying, of the type of gadget, variations of gadget, operating specification, transmission standards. So now we have seen these gadgets generate data. Then came the cell phone communication in late 90s. We have analog, we have digital, we have 2G, 3G, 4G, we are into 5G. Everything spewed out the data. These data was enormous, so we need to store the data. We generated data centers. We have a revolution which is parallelly running, the data crunching revolution, and which is what is leading us to the next level of industrialization. We never had smartness in our gadgets, right? You have a TV, you have a button for channel, it channel plays. The TV does not know what is our favorites. It does not know who is watching. Either a child is watching at home, or an adult is watching, or an older person is watching. What is their favorites? What is their likings? At this point, when they switch on, what they preference in watching? At this point, if they open the refrigerator, what they would like to have? At this point, they switch on a music system, what they would like to listen in a particular home. At this point, they enter the home, what should be the temperature in the home? Now, this smartness doesn't exist even today in our gadgets, our refrigerator, our air conditioner, our TVs, our gadgets, maybe other than some of the apps what we watch and commercial apps to procure online purchases. None of the systems are driven by AI to know who we are. We walk into the shop, the shopkeeper doesn't have a hint that this is a really a capable guy come with a decision to buy today. So he is a customer who will make a purchase because last 3 weeks he's searching for online for the specifications of this gadget, this TV, this computer, this online, this gaming console. So the systems are not smart today. We are entering the industrial 4.0. The industrial machines will be smart. Assembly lines will be smart. The assembly line persons will be smart. The product configurations will be smart. Today we sell bikes. TVS makes a lot of bikes, millions of them. We make 3 million plus a year. And none of these bikes are smart enough to configure to the user. The many car companies make the best cars. You start from a simple, affordable Alto to the most expensive cars in the country, whether it is a Rolls Royce, whether it's a Maybach, whatever car you buy. They are not contextual based cars. The car does not know. Unless you press a button for your seat memory, it doesn't go to your seat position. Unless you select a song from your playlist, it doesn't know what song you like. Unless you particularly set a comfort setting, suspension hardness, or a gear shift pattern, the car still behaves dumb In a rough road, it goes with a hard suspension. In a soft road, it goes with a really soft suspension, bottoms up in all the speed breakers and potholes. Now the systems are not locally smart enough for the user. The gadgets are not smart. The manufacturing line is not smart. So they are all going to go through the next revolution in the next 10 years. Everything is context based. The online portals, what we have today, are mimicking some of them by observing our behaviors, observing our patterns of purchase and communication or sharing of data. They all bring a data. So now we come into the data era. We have a data processing era. We all assume that AI came sooner. AI never came sooner. When you have data, human mind doesn't know how to process. Our statistical tools, what we learned in colleges, is simply not adequate to process this data. When you have million purchase specification, million Aadhaar numbers or billion Aadhaar numbers, billion customers on your online Diwali purchase, and billion customers, million students logging in to get their results. Now we need algorithms at the back end to cope with this inrush, to cope with this data revolution. Now this data revolution is what making the AI to come earlier. We have million X-ray in hospitals. We have million RT-PCR test results. We have million blood samples waiting to be analyzed or analyzed, not understood the pattern of spread, pattern of disease complications. Now they are all calling for a tool. Now, whenever we look from this title of future that arrived sooner, we want future to arrive sooner for people who are in the know-how. We know our customers want a bike fully configured on the go when they drive. When they take delivery, the bike is same as his neighbor. When he drives for next 10 kilometers, the bike is very different for him because he's a faster driver. He accelerates faster, he brakes faster, he turns at steep angles, and he takes the corners at a good speed. And his ability to judge the road is much better. So this person requires a vehicle tuned very differently than to a safe person who wants to go from A to B without damaging anything in the vehicle, without causing any worry for any other road users and himself. So we need a vehicle which is very different. Even though we produce two vehicles identical in the line, identical damping in the suspension, identical drive, identical shift pattern, identical seat position and foot peg positions. These two users basically demand very different vehicles. Now, can I use AI to know them in a week of possessing the vehicle start behaving as if it is made for them? It's not there today. I need this sooner, but not existing. Will the Amazon know my, based on my past history of purchases, bring all those things what I wanted to buy, I couldn't buy today, it's on sale? Possible, but is it happening? Maybe. I was searching for an item not available, it is available in another store. Can they bring it to me? I was searching for a particular gadget with a particular specification. Can the algorithms build a configured product for me? So this sooner is already expected. In the medical field, we expect, we want everybody to be healthy. We want vaccination to be, vaccines to be developed faster. We want, as the virus arrives and the AI systems develop molecules, develop RNAs, modify things to create a vaccine in a month's time. So humanity doesn't go through suffering. People don't lose jobs. People doesn't stop traveling. Businesses doesn't stall. So now we need vaccine development faster. We need knowledge about customer faster. We need self-configurable TVs faster, self-configurable phones faster. Can everybody have the same phone with a higher memory and configured on the go based on the usage? If he uses more, he gets more memory. Otherwise, he gets less memory. Can the customer not know the difference between memory in the gadget versus memory in the cloud? Is the 5G is going to make it happen? The pipeline is so strong where I may not even know whether the memory is in the cloud or in my gadget. Depending on the way you use, the memory is built to me, memory is added to my account. So the world is moving at a certain pace. Technologies in every area is moving at a certain pace, and it will all collide at some point. When there is a human need, humans pick up the technologies which are available and then build something for that particular set of people who are around him. And that's how the breakthroughs happen. We were waiting for an online world, and online world was waiting for a computation and data storage and worldwide connected internet. When the fiber optic happened and the undersea cables happened, and data centers happened, processing power happened, everybody had a gadget happened. Then the internet, social media happened. Now they were all waiting to happen soon, but they couldn't happen because of the lacuna. Now let us come back to the mobility industry, which I am part of. Mobility industry, yeah, we all wanted to go faster from the day humans were in this planet. We wanted to reach a place faster. We thought we were slow. We saw the birds and always envied them that they reach faster. We always envied the animals that run faster than at least their prey. And we wanted to be faster, at least compared to a neighbor, at least somebody who's competing with me for the food, for whatever I wanted to achieve. So we went to the mobility era of the energy happened. Steam energy, we made locomotives. Steam energy, we made machines. We found fossil fuel, we made quickly. Steam energy was made to used to make buses and some small vehicles. Then happened the fossil fuel, then we quickly moved. Before that, we tried some electric vehicles, batteries happened. So we were hungry for energy all the time, waiting to put the energy to move us. By the time we know wheels, we know mechanical machines, we know reciprocal can become a rotating force at any time. We have understood the link between forces and torques and speeds and power. We were waiting for the energy revolution to happen. When the fossil fuel happened, the automobile happened. When the automobile happened, we needed everybody to have an automobile manufacturing happen. So the mobility industry was pumping enough carbon, enough pollutants, which we've not even understood in 1950s when the revolution was reaching its peak. Then the government has to step in, slow down things, bring controls, bring changes. We have changed a lot. Now today, if you take a BS6 emission norms in India for the automobile, we are world leaders in the emission. So nobody's ahead of us in the whole world. Our vehicles, most of the vehicles emit exhaust, which is cleaner than the air they consume in terms of pollutants. Because the exhaust comes out with more of carbon dioxide and water, nothing else which is polluting. It's almost zero. You can't measure them. Most of the measuring equipments is not part per million, it's part per billion. Our measurement technology has become so low. You take the sampling probes from our vehicles today, take the ambient is more polluted. Ambient has more evaporated fuels. Ambient has more carbon monoxides compared to the exhaust pipes of today. We have tightly regulated, but is that the end? So it was not the end. We could see the storage batteries for the cellular phones, storage batteries for the cameras. We could see the storage technology improving very, very fast. Number of cycles, energy, the rate at which you can charge them. They were only waiting to invade the automobile. So we were having a technology, we were having all the relevant pieces of technology. We had motors, we have electronics, we have processing powers, we have manufacturing technology. Only thing we couldn't store energy in the vehicle, like God has created a natural fossil fuel which can store enormous amount of energy in so many whatever, almost 8 to 9,000 whatever per kg of fossil fuel compared to what we have today in batteries, 200, 300 whatever per kg. We are far too low energy compared to petrol or a diesel today, but we are there. We are going there. We are most of these modern vehicles. We are 100, 200, 300, 500. I've heard some of the vehicles which are getting tested at 700 kilometers per charge of a vehicle. You may not be able to charge them at home. You may need a fast charger. So the storage technology maturity and the affordability is making the next mobility revolution for my industry, for the future of the country. We can move everything through any space, through land, through the sea, through the waterways, through the air, everything powered by batteries, and everything storing enough energy to take a person from one place to other, or a goods from one place to other, or anything else from any other place to any other place. Now this was waiting to happen. We all know this will happen when the battery gets a certain kind of thing. I've tested nickel cadmium for vehicle and nickel metal hydrides for vehicle. I've tested batteries which are lead acid and sealed lead acid, calcium enriched lead acid. Now lithium making it happen. Lithium batteries have enough energy density to take the mobility industry to the next level. We were waiting for quite some time. It actually happened pretty late. Now we are saying autonomous. Autonomous is already there. You fly a A380 today or A787. Today you are almost autonomous. The pilot is there in case of an emergency, in case something goes wrong. The takeoff is more automated. The landing is automated. Most of the difficult cruising is automated. He only sits as a control. and gives some overriding instruction in case of a complication. Otherwise, it's automated. Most of the fighter pilots operate everything almost drive-by-wire or a fly-by-wire methodology. We are almost there. Most of the vehicles are drive-by-wire. If you take any car today, the throttle, what you press, you are not making anything into the engine. You are basically telling with a control, tell the engine, please go faster. It's electronic. What happens if you send a wrong command? It will go at a full speed. And so there is a checks and balance, there is protection, there is algorithms which protecting, saving you. Tomorrow it will happen to brake. Day after tomorrow it will happen to the steering. Now you have reached that autonomous vehicle. If the steering is done, braking is done, driving is done, you need eyes. So you need cameras. You need things which is watching outside. You need cameras which will become dirty in a muddy weather. You need radars and lidars which will see through dark. Now you don't need windshield. The automobile will become very crazy, very different, because windshield is created for human beings. Red light is created for human beings. When you have radar and lidars, you don't need windshields. The car need not have front and back. The motor does not know which is front and back. The sensors know which is front and back. The computers know which is front and back. The cars will drive in both directions, like railway engines, and you have no need for windshield. You can have TV screens watching your programs, doing your office job, or taking a call like this. So the future is going to go there. It's already there. It's only putting it together meaningful way, making sure that it doesn't injure suspecting a person who expected the future to stay where it is. So the world is going to be two set of people who want the world to future to come sooner than what they are, and the people who doesn't want the world to change. They are happy doing the same thing, doing the same operations, earning the same money, going to the rest in the same way. I don't find fault with any of them. It is one's choice how one lives their life. But as younger people, let me leave the last 2 minutes with my thoughts of how you need to be ready. There are two things which TVS, simple teachings from TVS and the Japanese system of TQM, which talks about managing and checking points. All of us want to manage the results. You want to get scores. Score is important. How do I get a good score? Can I somehow get a question paper? Can I talk to Professor Arun to help me out, which is going to come in the exams? Can I find out where the question paper is getting printed? Can I find out which book he is referring all the time? No, you are not going to do that, right? So you are going to prepare everyday preparation, everyday practice, every day you are thinking about what will be the sentiment in which the paper setter will work. Now all of us get to check things which we need to do, not the results. Results happen. So at my age, I'm worried about, right? Weight. If I have to take my weight, I have a balance below me, and every day I check, every minute I check, my weight doesn't come down. I make sure my food is controlled. I make sure my exercise runs, my treadmill runs at least 6 to 8 kilometers a day. I measure that. So same thing for you to make sure the future is not frightening. Doesn't leave you in the lurch. You need to every day read. It is not a job which stops you from learning. It is not your family life which stops you from learning. It is not your acquisition of degree which stops you from learning. You need to learn every day. You need to spend your time for your health, spend your time for learning, spend your time for getting new skills, spend time for your family, spend time for creating a future for your children and your family members who are not gaining up to speed waiting for the future. Now, if you prepare yourself, if you tick all your checking points, what you write as your checking points to face the future, you will manage your future. You will welcome the future sooner than the neighbors, sooner than the colleagues, sooner than the bosses. Everybody who's slow, who doesn't want to take effort, want the future to stay where it is. But all others, all of us, welcoming the future. Future can come faster than what it is to make my life easier. Let me focus on something which is creative, better of the others. Let us also sympathize with the people who are not able to catch up, and we can help them in every possible way. The colleagues working with us, the family members who are struggling to cope up with this digital touch era and IT enabled era, they are our family members, our colleagues, our friends, our countrymen. Need to have a care for them and make product. We need to worry about them who are not IT savvy. It's not everything app based. It is not everything which is touch based, which is everything which is meaningful. He is not stopped in a road when the vehicle need not stop. When vehicle need to move, it should not say, I can't move because I'm waiting for a touch command. So all the very best to you as you embark in your journey to the future of unknown, and hope you will get the skills and capabilities to welcome the future sooner than what naturally it comes. And God bless you all. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much for your inspiring words, sir. And of course, a different perspective on what you've just said. If I summarize, it's like we should be prepared and we should be ready all the time. The future may arrive at any speed. Probably we cannot gauge that. It'll be different in different perspectives, but we have to be ready at all points in time. And that is how we can make the best use of the opportunities that arrive. And another key point I believe that you've highlighted, data is the key to a plethora of opportunities. Data is here to stay for longer. So we have a couple of questions. Actually, there are a few questions from the audience. Probably I'll pick up a couple of questions in the interest of time. One of them is introduction of electric vehicle will affect petrol and diesel vehicle market share. How do you think the market plan or the future plan will show up?
So I think there is a transition, like when we had steam railway engines. When I was a kid, I used to go in steam engines. Somebody will be putting coal, loading water in railway stations. Now, if you go to any station, you can't see them. You can see some remnants of where they were loading coal, where they were loading waters, where they were dumping the ashes. In some of the small stations, you can still see the piles of them, but we don't see them. So there was a time when I was growing up, we could see diesel locomotives and this, that. But when I came to Chennai, I could see electric locomotive and diesel locomotives. Now you will see in future only electric locomotives. That's how the transition in automobile is going to happen. We make iQube electric scooter. We will make more electric vehicles. We have electric auto rickshaws. We will have mechanical, electrical coexisting in the next 5-10 years. It will slowly change over. There is a point at which you won't see engines. Engines will be in museums, maybe 5 years, 10 years, I don't know. And so the product, what customers want will be produced. We are a commercially driven company like any of the automotive companies in the country and in the world. If the customer want electric, we'll produce electric. Customer want fuel cell vehicle, will be fuel cell. Customer wants hydrogen operated engines, we can produce them. So all of them are available. Some technologies will get cost advantage to the customer for a particular application. So that technology, that company will pursue. Somebody producing truck may be looking at hydrogen as an option, and somebody producing a small light vehicle may be looking at pure battery. Somebody working on a small vehicle may be looking at a faster charging. Somebody may be looking at a longer battery for a personal vehicle, like we have a cell phone with 1 terabyte memory. Somebody may have only a 64 GB of memory, rest is in cloud. So they're all variations of the product. So there is no difference. Every company will move into this direction, and there is no company which says I will not move in. What pace will they make money? Is it affordable to really to customer, or everywhere there is a prop supporting the technology, subsidies by the company, by the governments, local, by everybody, but rather it's not standing on its own. So petrol vehicles are standing on their own. Nobody subsidizes anything. With all the taxes, it is still affordable to the customers. But electric vehicles are today on a prop with a lot of supports, a lot of government schemes, helping customers to buy it to overcome the worry and the fear of the higher purchase rate of an unknown technology. But in 10 years, I don't think these subsidies and the support will last, and customers will choose the best technology, choose what is good for them for that application.
Thank you, sir. And another question we have, what can we do as students and budding entrepreneurs to speed up the EV transformation in India? What is the single biggest challenge that can drive this? Single biggest thing that can drive this?
Yeah, so this is an area where every piece is interesting. Everybody shows interest in making vehicle, and so the making vehicle is the most complex piece of it. It requires a lot of money. Depends on the money you have, right? You have thinking power, you have less money, you have a different area, you have data analytics, customer profiling, predicting the life of batteries, optimizing the battery life, optimizing the performance of the vehicle, the same vehicle driving faster, better, with a lower energy consumption. Everything you can have a couple of computers, you can have a company optimizing on a data of electric vehicles. You can manage fleets of vehicles in a more energy optimum way because electric vehicles gain energy when they go downslope. If you make a routing algorithm for a vehicle in a particular way, electrical vehicles, if you don't have the stops, electric vehicles are more efficient. Highways, they are super efficient in an average speed. In a gradient, they are very less efficient. So now if you do that part, you don't need a bigger company. Now, if you are going to make parts, if you like manufacturing, if you want your hands to be dirty, you like melting metal, pouring metal, then everything opens up. You can make motors, you can make battery packs, you can make vehicle chassis, you can make frames, you can do 3D printing of frames, you can do 3D printing of vehicle parts. You can have every possible technology. You can have a 3D printed panel with a solar film coated or embedded. So there is a technology which is opening up depending on the size and scale of business. If you're a couple of engineers, a lot of brain power, less of resistance on computation, yeah, go that way. If you are a person who likes doing things in your hand, physically working with people, manufacturing line, controlling, you have ability to arrange, bring a back-end computer to help you in manufacturing efficiently. Yeah, why not go for a industrial based product, any product, either part of the vehicle or a full vehicle is okay depending on the level of money. If you have few crores, part of the vehicle. If you have hundreds of crores, more parts of the vehicle. If you have thousands of crores, yeah, you should have vehicles. If you have millions of or billions of dollars, yeah, go make anything from two-wheeler to aircrafts is possible. So it is depending on your vision, what do you think about people, how do you work with people, how do you work with the technologies, and how do you make sure that you are when you are an entrepreneur, one difference is you are not an engineer. You are an engineer at the background, but you are a person keeping an eye on the money and the way you how efficiently you generate money, spend money. The net is yours. Now, if you are an entrepreneur who doesn't have an eye for money, no interest in money, no interest in keeping track of how the money is spent and earned, you may not, you may be an engineer. So please choose what is in you. I don't know what is in each one of you. You know it better. Please pursue a path which is to your capability, suits your capability, and you will be successful. And pursue it. It is 2-3 years of painful work to build an organization. Then it gains momentum, gains strength, gains credibility and trust with your partners in the ecosystem. Then you can survive.
Thank you so much for that advice, sir. We understand that we need to have a vision and we need to have the persistence to live that vision. And of course, we have to understand how much we are willing to get into to reap the benefits out of it. Thank you for being with us. It has been our pleasure to have you at the event. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very
And
much.
now, thank you, sir. And now is the time for our lovely audience. We've had organized Administer event for our AMBA students and alumni as well. And the submissions have been recorded and the link is now open for voting. Please go ahead, check your WhatsApp group and vote for your favorite ads that come in. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Keep your YouTube link active. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back to our second session of Embark 21. We all know that most of the time, a founder tirelessly works on his plan with a 360-degree view and scouts for permutation and combinations as much as possible, like our Let's Start Up poster. And the moment he gets a picture, his typical first step would be to pitch his idea to his family, friends, or a mentor. And then he prepares his elevator pitch to get angel funds and embark his aspirations. While few of us are working on their ideas, even at this moment, some are ready to face the battle with their elevator pitch right here. It's my pleasure to let you all know that this time the enthusiasm shown by our EMBA students for this event has doubled when compared to last year. Yes, we have 6 fabulous ideas from the most innovative minds. Before we look at these ideas, it's my duty to give you a sneak peek about our judges for the day. First, I would like to welcome Mr. Ramnath Vaidyanathan, Business Development, Internet of Things at Tata Consultancy Services. With nearly 2.5 decades of industry experience, Ramnath Vaidyanathan is a seasoned, award-winning business leader currently working at Tata Consultancy Services. In his previous stint as an assistant vice president at Genpact, he spearheaded the formation of engineering and supply chain services business capabilities. Carrying a vast experience across diverse industries such as automotive, healthcare, high-tech and telecom, energy and aerospace, his focus is on transforming business through technology with a futuristic, ever curious, and result oriented view. He is currently involved in business development for engineering and IoT. He loves tinkering and taking long rides on his beloved motorcycle whenever time permits. When not working, he spends time reading sci fi and mystery fiction. Welcome to our Embark, sir.
Thank you very
Next,
much.
yeah, thank you, sir. Next, I would like to introduce our professor, A. Thilairajan. Professor A. Thilairajan is a faculty in the Department of Management Studies, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He also co-founded the Vina startup to help and mentor other startups by addressing the pain points of early stage entrepreneurs. He is also an associate at Musawar Rahmani Center for Business and Government, Harvard Kennedy School, Harvard University. During 2009 to 2018, he edited the annual India Venture Capital and Private Equity Report. In 2020, he played a key role in the formation of Innovation, Venturing, and Entrepreneurship in India Network, a multi-institutional consortium to research on innovation and venturing in India. He also heads the IITM Center for Research on Startups and Risk Financing, and his interest research encompasses startups, ventures, and SMEs. Once again, I would like to thank both of our judges for joining this event. Welcome you, sir. So let's have a look at the rules for the events. Uh, each team will get 7 minutes for their presentations. The teams will present their elevator pitch in first 2 minutes and followed up by a Q&A for 5 minutes. Timer will start to tick when you start. Like rest of you folks, I'm also curious to listen from our contestants. Yes, it's time for us to to get ourselves drenched with the power-packed elevator pitch from our AMBA students through Let's Startup. I'll first introduce our team one, Needlepoint, from our we have our EMBA students who are from batch 2020 to 2022. Would like to welcome Rajmanikam M and Shravan Kumar Pradhan, who will be presenting their first speech. All the best, guys.
So I have a question here, the EMBA team.
Yes, sir.
I have a question here.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask now?
Yes, sir.
So
Please.
will be somebody be keeping the time? Or you'll be doing that?
Yes, sir. The time will be shown in the screen itself, sir.
All right. Okay, sure. Okay, thank you.
Over to you, Needlepoint.
Good evening. Next slide, please. We are Raja and Shovan, and we love to make a difference here. Next slide, please. We are here to talk about a needle in the haystack. No, wait. Finding the right needle in the haystack, quite literally. Next slide. It all started in 2013 when I got married. My wife's tailor actually moved to a new town, probably annoyed with the constant alteration requests. Ours was an arranged marriage, and in those post-engagement secret meetings too, I had to run tailor errands for her. It only got compounded when we moved to a new town. I was forced to make new friends quickly so that my wife would get to know the best tailor in town. Even in marriages, we have people who simply blame their luck on seeing bride and bridegroom's perfectly stitched clothes. Cut to now, the struggle I faced, I could get my son's uniform perfectly stitched, that too for 2 hours of online classes. I'm not even getting there. Like me, millions of women, men, and children across India find it difficult to find a tailor to suit their needs. The other problems include finding a worthy tailor who performs consistently, inability to run tailor errands at their own convenience, and absence of a one-stop shop, and too long a delivery time. Next slide, please. The available solutions are tailor shops, which are standalone units with no digital integration. Reviews are just word of mouth, and there's no convenience of running tailor errands from home. And oh, we are not even going to talk about the costing. Next slide. What if we told you we have a solution for it? Why not indicate individual tailoring shops and also tap into the unexplored potential of homemakers with a flair for tailoring? Sounds awesome, right? Over to Shravan for more details.
Shravan, you need to unmute.
Welcome to Needlepoint. This is tailoring at your doorstep. Next slide, please. Yeah, what we have set out to do, we will be developing an app that will find you the nearest tailor or skilled homemaker with trusted reviews, convenience of pickup and drop of clothes at your preferred location, and lots of other features. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so we did a market research with a little survey and found out that almost 90% of the respondents found the idea interesting. So this is an app which will be ending all your tailoring ooze, and you will be providing a lot of customer experience. So next slide. Thank you. Stay tuned for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. In fact, I had faced a tough situation to find a tailor recently, and I think once Needlepoint is alive, I would be very much used. I'll be the first user to use your app. So let's have a Q&A.
Yeah, sure.
Professor, if you would like to go first, I'll wait for you.
All right. Okay. So interesting ideas. And I think the way in which it has been presented in a span of 2 minutes, I kind of so liked it. Right. So how long have you been working on this business plan?
Yeah, when I joined this EMBA course, I had this idea in mind, and me and Shovan together and other team members also pitched their ideas together to get it started. Still, we are in the conceptual phase. We are still working on the details. So.
All right. Okay. So now let's, for example, you might have heard about this term called unit economics, right? If you heard about unit, so maybe have you given some thought about unit economics for this kind of a business, and or if you have not gone thought about it, unit economics, can you give an idea in terms of what could be the major drivers of unit economics here? And at what point do you think that you'll be able to achieve break-even?
Yeah, ours is not a competitor business. It's just a collaborative business. We'll be collaborating with the tailors who have their brick and mortar shops. This is just a kind of a win-win platform for everyone. So basically, we are not looked into the details of the unit economics exactly. But how we achieve the break-in point is we sought to differentiate from others. That we will be the first movers in the market because there is no such app as of in India as of now available. So we'll be the first movers to the market, and moment we'll start to try to build on more additions other than the tailoring, like bridal embellishments and ours differentiating point would be that the homemakers who are talented here, they don't have the platform at all as of now. So we'll be providing the right kind of platform for the homemakers. So with this all ideas, I would suggest that we'll be achieving near break even, but I'm not very much sure about. We have not given the thought about that unit economics.
All right. No, I mean, I think probably you have,
Yeah.
you have, not much time to work around. But then,
Yeah,
so you've
yes.
talked about that there are no such app is available.
Yeah. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So how did you go about doing
Sorry, sir.
how did you go about doing this analyzing the marketplace that there is no such app available and so on?
Yeah, I just Googled it to be frank. There is some kind of shops that is in Bangalore. There is a tailor shop which provides the pick and drop services, but they are not type of this aggregator group. And across India, we could not find any. Because when we did a small little survey also among my wife's friends, and we found that this idea sounded interesting to them. Nearly around we had some responses more than 50 or 60, and then we thought that around 90% of the parts. The respondents found it very interesting and very unique also. So in that place, we thought that okay, this could be this could make us launch a greater initiative towards itself.
Okay.
Can I
Okay.
ask you a question? Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Please.
Sure.
Okay. So you said that you're planning to make it a win-win platform. Could you describe what this win-win actually stands for? That's first
Yes,
part
sir.
of my question. And like Professor had said, let me complete my question. That is just part of
Sure.
it. Like the Professor, Mr. Rajan had said, it is also important for you to make a business out of this. So are you looking to Uberize the tailoring industry, or what are your future plans for this?
Yes, exactly, sir. To answer your first question, so how we create a win-win platform? Right now, this brick and mortar tailor shops are just within a locality. They're very they do not have any online presence as of now. So with this platform, their market will be expanded. That is across the city, they'll be known for their services. So that will create a win-win platform for both us as well as for the tailors and the homemakers. That the real differentiating point is the homemakers, the talented homemakers who are still at home with no source of income. So this could be only a close set of friends to the home who knows about their talent. So with this platform, we'll be able to bring it thing, and they'll be known across the city for this with this unique idea. And how do we make business over it? Yes, exactly what you told is exactly true. Like we are going to Uberize this. This is a kind of an aggregator. So we'll be having some service. We'll get some service charges out of every customer we pinpoint to them, and with the trusted reviews also, the trusted review mechanism. We sought to deliver that services also.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Needle Point. And
Yeah, thank you so much.
thank you, guys. Awesome presentation and awesome responses as well. So hopefully we are gonna have a Uberized version of the tailoring here. Thank you.
Yeah.
All the
Thank you
best.
so much, Vivek. Thanks.
Bye. Next, we have in line our young chaps, Team 2, Insights.ai, Shivshankar Malan G, and Nimita SV. Both of us, them are from 2021 to 2023 EMBA batch. Guys, the stage is all for yours. Go ahead with your idea.
Hi all, this is Niveta and Shiva from Team Z. So let me start in my pitch. Next slide, please. So imagine this situation. You're a busy man at office. You're having a very hectic day and you have a lot of back-to-work meetings and everything. And you're entering the office on a Monday morning and your boss is calling you. You have no idea why he's calling you. What are the meetings scheduled with him? Or did you miss any previous calls or something from him? Or do you have any to-do list from him from the previous meeting? So you're started at this place. And other situation where your loving husband has forgot to wish you on your anniversary and you're very angry at him. So these are some kind of situations where you face in your day-to-day life, right? So we're able to relate it. Next slide, please. So can we make this better for in your life? Yes, we can make it better through our Insight AI app. So it is a caller application. So let's see how this can change your life. So the same boss is calling you on your phone. So the caller app will provide you with insights stating you have a meeting scheduled with your boss in next 5 minutes and click here to see the notes from your previous meeting. And there are 2 unread emails from your boss and here are a to-do list from your boss. And the same situation with your wife. When your wife is about to call you, when your wife is calling you, it will remind you that, hey, it's your 5th anniversary today and you have a dinner reservation with your wife at Lee Meridian today. And here are some of the top picks from your better half's wish list so that you can just order a gift in the same time where you're about to pick her call. So this is how Insight works. Next slide, please. So Insight AI is AI-enabled caller application with a personal assistant. So what is this personal assistant? It is a voice-based interactive personal assistant. So in cases when we provide the insights when a call is invoked, still you don't want to pick this call, you can reject it and your personal assistant can take the call. It is an interactive assistant, so it can get in ideas from the caller asking whether it's urgent or not urgent. Should I schedule a call with this person again? And it works. So we pick up insights from different apps in your mobile and give you the insights when a call is invoked. So that's our idea. Thank you.
Wow, that is short and sweet, even before the time. And once again, right, I'll be the first users of your app as well. And it definitely helps me out in lots of places. I think I'm eagerly looking for this particular app. And let's hear questions from our judges.
I'll go first, Professor, now.
Yeah, please, please.
So, great app. Only question is, what are you going to do about privacy? But from a business model point of view, are you going to use ads? Are you going to sell ads, or are you? What is your curated experience going to look like if you're not selling ads?
Yes, yes, Shiva, please go ahead.
Yep, let's go ahead.
Yes, we don't have the intention to sell ads here. So in the future, we want to integrate with the other OS, like make it as a default caller app for many other Android or Oxygen OS or iOS, whatever it is. So that is our future plan in this. So privacy is a part, yes, accepted, but many apps are working in a way where we fetch data from the other apps and make it as a better experience. So that is what we are trying to provide here. So it is all based upon users' agreement to use the app.
Okay, but do think about open declarations, or there are ways in which you can declare to the user about certain problems or certain data privacy challenges that they could they could experience by using your app. That way, you are able to build more trust upfront, rather than hiding out on the data privacy side. I think
Yes.
you can differentiate yourself from a trust and experience point of view that way, because there are other apps who are in this scheme.
Yes, sure. We'll make it very clear that what information we'll be using, and they can also make a selection like, do they want to sync only their calendar and emails, or do they want to also include their WhatsApp messages to this sync? So that kind of customization option will also be provided, and it will be a transparent process. It's not like something we would hide something there.
Great. Okay. Professor, anything for?
Thank you. Interesting concept. So, what was your personal motivation to zero down on this particular product for presenting in Embark?
I think everyone has encountered some situations like this when our boss or someone calls us. We have no clue that why he's calling, or we just forgot what was the thing I committed to do today and I'm pending. So if I have a quick view of what's going around with this particular person, then it'll be easy for me to pick up that call. So it's just for majorly this generation who is very busy in their lives, keep many things in your mind. So that's our personal experience, I would say.
And how do you plan to make money from this?
We are going to integrate these with the mobile OS, like we said earlier, just as a starting phase. So when this becomes a popular app, because there are no alternative caller apps than the inbuilt ones, only Truecaller is present, and Truecaller has a good usage base. So there is no other competitive alternate caller apps. So this would be better than Truecaller, provide more insights to them. So now Truecaller is being integrated to certain OS like Android and everything. It comes inbuilt with your phone. You don't need to install an app. It is part of your OS itself. So in that way, will be having collaborations with such things. So that's how we're planning it.
Bootstrapping with Truecaller.
Yeah. So to add with, right, so
But
the
still,
main,
I'm not very clear as to how you'll get revenues. Somebody has to pay for the cost of your development and so on. No problem. If it's too early, that is fine. But I got the picture here. And what is the cost of a product development, right? Today, I mean, do you have any idea? I mean, have you thought about it? You said Truecaller, how much did it cost for Truecaller to reach the stage that it has? How much of investment has gone in Truecaller?
yeah, definitely there's a lot of investment in the product development side. But even we just given it a try, right? So we just try to build a prototype with a lot of AI engine provided by Google. But if you say it's a matter of time, matter of the technology. So what you're going to consume. So everything is available in the open source. So we don't spend much for this the technologies. So only the manpower and then the marketing and our aim is to look at the OEMs, right? So we'll directly go and reach out Samsung or no Oppo. So in this case, no, we no need to do the advertisement. They will take care of it, right? So that's a plan for monetization.
All right. Thank you. So I am done, Ramnath. You couldn't have any more
Good,
questions.
sir. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
the best for your future.
Thank you.
Next, we have Team 3, Hot 2O, Gautam Krishnan from the batch of 2020-2022 here on the stage. Over to you, Gautam.
Come from next slide, please. Next slide, please. Here I do something which PepsiCo Cola never. When we go out of home, eat dinner or in a bottle body tap or please random become
Gautam, you might want to go off video. I think we're not able to hear anything that you're saying. Could you go off video and you could restart the counter if needed? Go off video because we are not able to hear.
Is it audible now?
Yeah, you could speak up, Gautam. That's okay.
Is it audible now, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Especially after this pandemic, everyone is becoming more cautious in their choice when it comes to water, particularly. Same way, I was insisted to have warm water whenever I go out. Also, we know drinking warm water regularly has a lot of benefits when compared to. But for persons who wish to have warm water outside, have no options than to go for tap water served warm. Because bottled water has only two options, either chilled or normal. Here comes my idea to serve warm bottled drinking water with necessary R&D to develop the suitable contents and channels to serve as I wish. And this is my
Wow, Gautam, that's really short and simple, very fast to present in an elevator pitch. And I think like we are all set for our Q&A from our judges.
Ramnath, you could go on.
Yeah, very interesting technology-driven product and very unique too. You are starting with the pandemic in mind, but are you sure that this will continue as a trend? Will people continue to buy packaged warm water? Will you sustain?
Of course, because this idea has not come to me just because of pandemic. It's an incentive point. But at the same time, I could evidence that recently my kid, infant, whenever I used to take outside, I have to prepare, my wife has to prepare hot water in a flask, then only she has to take it. But we can't take it in a more amount. So if it is available in package everywhere, during the long travel also, we can get it everywhere. That will be very useful for kids, elderly person, or nowadays everybody is want to be, hygiene, everything. So that will be, I can
Okay, good point. And so you are not just limiting it to people who are in need of some warm water because of the pandemic, but people who might be needing for making baby formula, feeding the children. So you're addressing a broader segment, not just people who are desiring hot water for now, which is good. And second question which I had was, so how do you intend to scale your supply? Are you planning to collaborate with some large bottling plants, or what is your plan to access the market?
My plan is to do it in a own way. Even the bottle manufacturing as well as the water, the converting tap water to mineral water, packaging, everything in my own. We will have a partnership with the restaurants. I mean, the channel partners we will have, how to deliver our product to the customer. That way we will have a partnership.
Very interesting. Thank you. Unless you have done any, math on what is your break even, very curious to understand what your break even is. If you have not done that, all the best. It's a very interesting idea. Sir, over to you.
Yeah. So this is interesting. But you said something about technology. Can you mention a little bit about that aspect? If you think, if you're given some thought to it, how do you plan to deliver this product or service? I'm just requesting to share a little bit from the supply side. Okay, assuming that the demand is there for this product or service, how do you plan to supply that? Am I audible, Gautam?
Yeah, now it is audible.
Okay, now what I was saying is, have you kind of looked at it from the technology side? How do you plan to really deliver this product or service? Have you thought about it? What is the technology aspect you mentioned? It's a technology.
Yes, sir, but technology in the sense, I was about to tell the production technology, not about a delivery. No, this is, I don't think my product is more based on a service oriented. It is completely a product oriented. So don't see any delivery technology part in it.
And now, how do you plan to deliver packaged warm drinking water to customers? So, how do you probably plan to deliver it? What is the technology by which, are you going to, how is it going to be, how is it going to reach the customer?
Yeah, I could say. In many restaurants, we can find freezers. Initially they will serve normal water, but after that, when the customer demands for chilled water, they have fridge and freezers for these things. But nowadays, when we see all the bakeries, they have a warmer, which have like bakery products like puffs or any some hot snacks they used to have in the warmer kind of thing. So we would like to design that similar kind of thing, and we will plan to reach those warmer in all the restaurants, like how Pepsi and Coke nowadays have all their fridges in the restaurants and other shops. So that way we will try to put these warmers everywhere. Through that channel we will serve it as we wish.
No, good point. The packaging becomes important because the current packaging can
Sir.
work well with cold, but you cannot have the same packaging for warm.
Of course. That's what I told in my last point. We will use some R&D technology. Okay, let me cut short it, and I will tell you. I have seen a Chai King nowadays, for example. In Chai King, they are delivering in a different carton with a cardboard that can withstand the heat. But we will certainly do some research activity. Then we will find whether the cardboard will withstand the heat or some other cartons which can do this. But at this point of time, I have some idea which is not a plastic, but I'm not sure about which thing will be a perfect match to this product.
Okay, thank you,
Certainly
Gautam.
some kind of cartons. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gautam, for the nice idea. And next we have team 4. The team name itself, it's like so eye-catchy, and we have Vijay Vardhan here to make startup easy. Vijay, over to you.
Yeah. Good evening to one and all present here. We at Make Startup Easy, connecting ideas with resources. We at Make Startup Easy believe that every individual has the potential to run their own business. Make Startup Easy helps entrepreneurs to connect people with right investors. Next slide. Firstly, we'll talk about India's startup ecosystem. India ranks third largest startup ecosystem in the world, with an average of 15% year-on-year growth rate. And approximately 2 to 3 startups are incubated per day. Yet, for startup dreamers and entrepreneurs, in order to attend a business conference, it costs around 10,000 rupees. And for showcasing their product, it costs more than 10 lakhs. To put an end to this, next slide. We investigated how VCs generally generate the GE flow. So, shockingly, till date, more than 50% of the deals come from referrals. It can be either work accountants, other investors, or existing portfolios. So, how will an entrepreneur who doesn't have a connection to a VC network will flourish? Means, how would they make a connection to this network? Is everything happens here referrals, right? So, solution. Next slide, please. Next Startup Easy is a geo-agnostic portal that facilitates startup to connect to the leading VCs based on the area of interest. It can be industry-based or stage-based. So, even though connecting to a right VC out of 101 opportunities, only 1.7 gets to the door. So, what will we do? We offer additional services like market analysis and basic financials, and prototyping and founder building programs to give you an opportunity. Reach out to us to make your vision into reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. I will reach out to you after our Embark, and so we will discuss more, and let's see how you can help me out as well. Thank you. Let's turn to judges and let's hear from the questions that they have. All the best.
Sir, you want to go first?
All right. Okay. Thank you, Ramnath. Interesting idea. Have you looked at doing some competitive analysis here for your kind of services? And maybe at least in the Indian context, can you name some people who are offering something very similar or has overlaps what you are planning to do?
Yes, sir. I have looked up a couple of websites like easytofish.com and Coffee Mugs, but mostly they're concentrating on the value-added services like market financials and prototype. None of them are willing to proceed further in connecting the VCs. Actually, some of the people are trying to connect, but based on they are connecting based on AI algorithm and matchmaking, and whether the VC is interested or not, they are not setting up a strong context in this field. Setting up a strong sort of context is very important. Means you can give your idea in, you can give your side your card to any of the VCs, but eventually how much gets clicked is it's a question of, it's a big question. But we will enable you by setting up a warm introduction, and we will help you with the context, set up a context with the VC and what your idea is. And based on your long-term and short-term needs, we will identify you with the right VC for your startup. And we'll make sure that we'll startup is flourished. Because getting a VC is not only gives you financial secure standpoint, they also offer strategic guidance and advisory boards and everything. Because they invested their own money into it, they want their startup to be flourished. So that kind of assistance will give you new clients and new customers, a new perspective, and expand presence in the market. That's what.
My second question is, how do you plan to provide that context, or how do you plan to identify the right VC for the startup?
Yeah, the based on the first, we'll inquire about the VCs based on interest. We'll segregate based on the industry focus. Because most of the VCs were inclined based on their industry focus, like energy industry, tech industry. There are certain entrepreneur industry, they are mainly inclined toward the particular area or field. So we'll segregate that focus based on industries, and we will inquire about their long-term and short-term needs, and based on that we'll pitch our startup ideas to them. It's not like immediately we're going to throw every idea that comes to whichever VC comes to the door, because they don't want to bombard it with the ideas. Right? So you just want based on the needs only we are addressing them.
I'm done, Ramnath. You can carry on.
Yeah, just a addition on what Professor had asked you. Don't you think anybody who is looking for venture capital investments in whatever stage or whatever focus that they are in, they would have already done that research. So how are you going to give them a more intelligent?
Yeah, sir. But doing that research takes a lot of time to identify the right VC for their startup, and they are going to go through a hell lot of process to get through the card to the door itself. And even then, they will just give you a note, and they are not sure whether that rarely clicks or not. We are just streamlining the process and make sure that it gets done in a very short window.
I
So
would suggest
identify.
you to. I understand, and sorry because I just have half a minute more.
Yeah. Okay.
I would suggest you to look for ways to augment through personal brand or getting some brand ambassadors, so that they can act as either advisors or agents of change for you.
Yeah, promotion
Rather
wise,
than-
I'm there.
Yeah.
Promotion wise, we're thinking of collaborating with the entrepreneur programs and institutions to get up in touch with the VCs, and then we'll progress. And that is our initial few incubation period, and later point we will
You
promote
need
it like
that.
started. Yeah.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very
Thank you,
very low investment, high return product.
Yes, sir. Yes,
It's all knowledge capital. Very good.
yes, sir.
Yeah, as Mr. Ramnath said, low investment and high returns. Thank you very much, Vijay, for presenting such a nice idea. And next, we have a team to be on a spotlight. Their team name is itself a spotlight. We have two great minds from my batch, Surya and Anil, here to present their idea. Over to you, Surya and Anil.
Hi, good evening. Our company is Clean Earth and we are starting with the C. Next slide, please. The cause behind our idea is a global one. Do you know 8 million pieces of plastic that includes bags, bottles, and straws are thrown into our ocean daily. that is approximately equal to the weight of 7,000 airplanes. And this is set to double by 2034. Do you know 70% of Earth's oxygen is produced by marine plants? But now there are 500 dead zones in the ocean where marine plants cannot produce oxygen. 1 in 3 fish caught for human consumption contains plastic. Next slide, please. Yes. Now let's take a deep breath because we have a solution to fight this global cause. We are starting our journey with 3 products: our eco-friendly foldable bag and reusable straw, which can fit right into your pocket. And we have our eco-friendly foldable bottle that can be folded in less than a minute after you drink out. All of these products comes with a tag that can be tied to your bag or belt. There are about 1.5 billion travels every year. We are going to target these people to make a difference. As part of our selling strategy, we are planning to partner with companies like Pick Your Trail, Make My Trip, and offer a welcome gift to their customers when they land at the destination or at the hotel. Our welcome kit will have these 3 products with a keynote highlighting the cost and how the customer is going to save Mother Earth and also save humans and marine life from plastic consumption. Next slide, please. The problem we are facing today did not happen overnight, and we at Clean Earth are taking the step towards making a difference. Are you willing to join us?
Indeed, yes, Surya. So I'll be very happy to join you. And you have thought about the future, and it has arrived sooner. So awesome idea. So let's hear from our judges with their questions.
I'll go first. You are talking about clean earth and you're selling or you're asking them to give plastic bottles and plastic packets out. How does that work? Work on your brand positioning is what I would start with. You have to think about your brand positioning itself.
Sorry, sir. The bottles that were shown is made of eco-friendly silicone material, and it is not plastic. And the bag is also not made of plastic.
Okay, so you got to call it out then. Your
Sure,
products need to be having a very clear brand differentiation, visibility that says that, okay, I am non-plastic. Call it as non-plastic or something similar.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Sure. That was one observation I had. Thank you. It's a commercial product. It needs to go scale. So
Yes,
how
sir.
do you intend to scale? Okay, in your country, wherever you're going to start with, what is your country plan?
So we first start with India, and then slowly we spread into all the tourist space, places as a first choice, wherein we are seeing a lot of damage which has been happening over there. So also there would be different products that we are going to launch. For example, today we talk about the straws, foldable bottle, and then the bag. But subsequently, it can be to the other product also, which is damaging in that geographical area. So we personally see a lot of scope to grow in this business, and we have done some economics as well, and which is becoming very much feasible with less than 1.5 year to 2 years of payback time, if everything goes well according to our estimations in terms of the sales. And we have a wonderful program what Surya has been shared with you, that we would be going through, partnering with these traveling agents and then the hotels to start with, wherein we make our kits, the combo kits, as a part of the welcome kits, so that we force the tourists or the guests to use these products, so that they won't damage the they don't use the plastic again and again. Yeah.
Understood. Look at what Mamaearth is doing as their brand strategy. Again, I'll come back to your brand. See, anywhere your brand is going to talk as on your behalf, everywhere. So look at what Mamaearth is doing in positioning their products as eco-friendly, or any other eco-friendly products. Try to see what their strategy is. That could help you get some tips on how to position your brand in a better manner.
Sure.
Right from the color to the logos and everything that you do. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. See, I mean, all of this will involve a significant amount of cash burn, right? In terms of giving all these welcome kits and all of those things. How do you ensure that you make your business sustainable?
Sir,
And
it is
making
very
the planet sustainable?
I'm sorry. Yeah. So it is not very expensive, sir. Like we estimate the and the capital cost that is incurring towards the strass itself is around 30 to 35 lakhs capital investment. And then for the foldable bag and the bottles as well, it is roughly 10 lakhs around only. But the advantage here is it is a kind of modular business. The more business we are going to have, the more capital we pull in, and then we expand the manufacturing capacities as well. So since we are targeting the clients step by step, we are not going to try to capture the market in one go. We go step by step, like the traveling agents and then the hotels and then the bigger partners. So we have time to expand slowly to meet the demand whatever is there. But on a potential perspective, we see there is around more than $500 billion of market which is there for the reusable products.
Okay, thank you, Anil.
Thanks.
Thank you, Surya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anil and Surya. All the best for your idea.
Thank you.
So now it's time for me to move on from an anchoring role to a presenting role. Yes, I'm introducing myself and my friend Nagarajan here to present our idea. We are from Wakanda Forever team. Yeah, so I'll be stepping into the contestant mode and will present our idea now. And it's over to me. As a fellow participant, I should acknowledge that all the ideas presented were great and they were from the great minds. I'm here to thank every one of them for their lovely presentation. As I said, I'm from Wakanda Forever, will be presenting you Aegis along with my friend Nagarajan. Basically, I don't feel shy to brag myself. With this idea, yes, we are here to realize the dreams of all my friends. Before I tell you how I'm going to help you with your idea realization, I'll running through the survey that we took few days back. Next slide, please. 91% of us aspire to become a founder, and 82% had an idea. Despite having an idea, 80% of them are hesitated to jump in and start a company because they were not sure about the quality of the idea. Next slide, please. Also, we also happen to see there are various areas in which our friends require help. Next slide, please. That includes hiring, idea refinement, company registration, technology, funds, and many more other areas. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Frederick Douglass has said, if there is no struggle, there is no progress. But we at Aegis are working for a mission, progress with no struggle. So what is Aegis? Next slide, please. Aegis means protection, backing, and support. We will help your aspiration come true with one-stop solution that would help to refine your idea, incubate funding, banking support, company registration, office workspaces, technical work skills, ERP, hiring, legal consulting, tax consulting, website plus marketing. So this is our idea. Can you move on to 3 slides back, please? Yeah. So we'll take questions, sir, now.
Yeah, I
Okay,
was
you
trying
can
to
go,
look at your
please.
subscription model, which was we skipped there.
Yeah, so yes, sir, we wanted to have it as part of Q&A, sir.
Okay, what is your model?
So it's basically a three-sided marketplace model. So we are looking for, how Zomato, Uber, and everything has been just started with their ideas and how they utilize the same thing. Here we are connecting the startup persons with ideas who want to aspire and who want to start up. And this side, we are also funding the people who are ready to fund, investors and everything. To the startups, we are mainly giving all the ideas on all the supports, whatever they need. Because many startups, because even I am an entrepreneur, I started my company. So I know each and every step I have become a struggle. I didn't get in a complete one-stop solution place. Because, for example, the account opening, the MSME registration, everything I need to go, or I need to find out some agencies, for everything I need to be taken care by some other steps. Because I was also working as a part of my regular job. So I know everything. There has been a struggle in that. So I just want one-stop solution for everything, starting from your company, from idea to start, and then fund and everything. So it's a kind of three-sided marketplace I'm looking for that.
Okay. And you said something about subscription. I saw the screen. So
You want to show that? You want to see that?
Next slide, please, Keshav. Yeah.
You make people pay for it. More than your model, how do you make people pay for it?
We aspire to realize yours. So the charges just leave to us. This is our motivation. Next slide, please. See, this is our what is the plan for the revenue model. First, till the seed funding, we are going to offer him at a free of charge. Okay. So once the fund Series A, Series B, and Series C comes, then we are going to charge pay-per-use model for Series A, and Series B and Series C we are going to charge 500 and something. So this is from the fund we are going to get from the startups, and from the angel and the venture capital investors, we are just looking for the same thing. For successful seed funding, once the fund has been awarded, then we are planning to get 2.5% from them. On Series A and B and above, 4%, and Series B and above, we are planning for the 6% of the fund. So this is basically the three-sided marketplace I already told you.
How are you going to make them pay for it?
See, how are you going to make them is such a kind of difficult question. So how the Zugi and somebody has started, how they made the hotel to pay. At first, there was a station in the hotel side also. They are not ready to pay. Then what happened? They started increase the price a little bit, and then they provided the value-added services to some of the value-added service to the customer. So the most of the hotels are ready to mingle with the Swiggy without. They also realize without Swiggy, the business cannot be able to go up. So that kind of situation we need to bring, because here there are, Professor Anu has told, n number of people, entrepreneurs are there. They have lots and lots of ideas. They have the hesitation. They don't have the correct platform. So we are here to make the correct platform to help them to growing. So our database is also growing. So we are getting benefited from both the sides, one from the startup side and another from the venture capitalist. Even angel investors. So if you go everywhere now, the funds, angel investors are ready to make at 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs. The funds are more. The people are having the small idea. For example, the tea shop. They're ready to open. Their fund of 1 lakh rupees is more than enough for them. So the people are ready to invest 1 lakh. There are some people who are ready to invest 1 lakh also. They can as an angel investor. So we are just going to tie up both the things. So this is our main idea. We are not looking for the major investment, but we are looking for the small investment and to support the small people to start up their idea.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. No questions from my side.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
I will wish myself all the best for my idea. Now I need to get back to my anchoring shoes. And this time I would like to request our judge, Mr. Ramnath Vaidyanathan, who had really great questions, and he was also giving us a lot of perspectives and giving us some ideas along, not just with judging, he has also helped us to tweak our ideas and refine our ideas. So let's hear from him about his experience that he had today. Over to you, Ramnath.
Thank you, Vivek. Very, very engaging session. There is a lot of energy here, and I really wish all you budding entrepreneurs a tremendous path of growth and in your future. That's how I would start it off. The words of our late President Dr. Abdul Kalam, He said that institutions are the modern temples of India. I would go one step further and say that startups are going to be the future temples of India. Believe me when I say this, the amount of economy that is booming right now, the amount of policy that is being formed to make sure that there is a lot of investment into such tremendous and great ideas, business growth that the government is doing. I wouldn't be surprised to see all of you sitting in fantastic corner rooms of your own choice in a few years' time. But don't give up on your ideas. Don't give up on your dreams. Because one of the things that I have personally experienced is when you have a great idea in mind and you go all out and apply your knowledge and you bring your perspective to differentiate, plus you have it in a winning business formula that makes money and keeps your investors happy, then there is nothing on this earth that can stop you from succeeding, and nothing on this earth that can stop you from making it a reality. I set up the engineering services in that way. I'm not even a business graduate here amongst these people. I feel underwhelmed, but the amount of homework that I did to prepare my business case about setting up that business in my company, and the board presentations that I did at that time are priceless. You will also experience it as you go and present to investors. They will have tough questions. Don't give up. Never give up your idea. Never give up your trust on or your faith on what you're thinking is true and right, and you will succeed. And as you see, our country and the world in general has become more technology oriented. So my parting message to this group is, don't stop at Uberization. Think bigger. Go beyond appification. Think technology. Buy into deep technology, which is going to be the game changer for India, going to be the game changer for each and every one of us in promoting India to become a first world country in the next 10 years. So all the best, all of you, whoever is here, who is not here, and my heartfelt thanks to IIT Madras, faculty here, and the team which has been tirelessly organizing this tremendous preparations that you've done. Thank you very much for your time, and really enjoyed my time here. All the best to the winner and to the teams here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramnath. Indeed, it was so nice to have you here, and thank you. Thank you, Mr. Professor Thilarajan as well. Thank you for joining us. So we are almost at the tail end of this session, and as I expected, it was really a power-packed session. Let's take a small break now. And when I mean small, it's literally small. It's just 5 minutes. Let's just resume our online session in another 5 minutes at 5:05. Oops, I think I forgot something. I think like we have a quiz now. The quiz is going to be in on offline mode. For the quiz, we will be what you need to do is like log on to kahoot.it, and you will be you have to give your name and mobile number. The code for the quiz would be shared in WhatsApp group. So we'll take a quick break and we'll meet you in the next session in next 5 minutes. Until then, bye-bye from the event organizing team. We'll catch you soon.
Guru, we are starting the session.
Yeah, sure. So welcome back all. Embark is back from the break. Good evening all, and welcome to the panel discussion. So we have three eminent leaders from the industry today, and I'm really looking forward to talk to them about our Future That Arrives Sooner theme and also much more. First, let me introduce our panelists to our audience. Our first panelist is Srinath Shankar Narayanan. He is the co-founder of Pick Your Trail. His passion for travel helped him anchor this tourism venture. Srinath is an alumnus of NMIMS, where he did his MBA in Finance and Accounting. And prior to his entrepreneurial venture, he has worked with various organizations on the global sales and marketing campaigns. Srinath is also passionate about bikes and data. He is an All India True Wanderer 2.0 competition runner-up and Flickr Motography finalist. Today, among other things, I'll be talking about his own entrepreneurial experience and his tips for the budding entrepreneurs in our audience as well. So moving on to our next panelist, Shreya Jayaraman. She's the General Manager of Strategic Marketing, Take Solutions Limited. She has over a decade of experience in strategic initiatives. Shreya is passionate about creating sustainable enterprises, and she has been instrumental in setting up multiple sustainability initiatives and strategic CSR engagements. Shreya has a B.Pharm from ICT Mumbai, a MS from University of Wisconsin-Madison, and also an MBA from IME. I'm looking forward to discuss with her about how strategic initiatives give a competitive advantage to businesses and a lot of other interesting things as well. And in case if somebody is from Peringalattur, you might have already seen her. She and her team, they were involved in cleaning in the water restoration efforts over there, something that I wish to bring up during the discussion. And moving on to our next panelist, Sashikiran Mahalank. She is the Director of Product Management from HCL Technologies. He is a very experienced leader in product management who also has a strong background working in information communication technology and telecommunications industry. He is also very skilled in Internet of Things, cloud technologies, software as a service, and microservice-based architectures, and 5G and LTE, as well as on telecom protocols. I am sure we will be benefiting from his perspectives on the role of technology in shaping of our future, and also about emerging new technologies, which could be the next big thing. That is a topic that I really wish to discuss with him today. So we really have an eminent panel today, and the discussion will be primarily on three segments. First, we talk about the theme itself, and then the exciting things that we call as the future. Then we move on to discuss about opportunities and challenges for businesses that the future brings, and what should businesses do about them. And finally, we move on to the last segment where we seek out some practical advice from our panelists. They have been there and done that. Some advice and tips that will be relevant to our audience. So that's what we'll be discussing last. So we'll move on to the discussion itself. So let me begin with you, Mr. Mahalank. So when we talk about future, right? So people often associate the word technology with future. In fact, when we created our own poster for this Embark, the visuals were dominated. Technology was a very dominant theme in the poster itself. So talking about technology, again, there are two views about it. One is how technology has really helped and the future has arrived sooner. But then there is also this other school of thought, right, which actually questions has technology indeed progressed as fast as it should have. For example, Peter Thiel, he once famously said, not long ago, some years back, that where is the future, right? We asked for the flying cars, but we only got 140 characters. Of course, he was referring to Twitter. So I wanted to get your perspective on, first of all, are we right when we say the future has arrived sooner, or are we actually hyping it a bit here? Sir, you're on mute, please.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, please go on, please.
Yeah, thanks, Guru, and thanks for providing me a opportunity to join this panel discussion. Yeah, and talking about this, yeah, I would say that from telecommunication network perspective, yeah, I would say that future has arrived sooner. So let us step back and see where we were in the previous generation of telecommunication networks. Let us start with the 1G or the first generation of telecom network, where we had the analog phones, which supported just the voice calls, but it had the problems of mobility, poor spectral efficiency, security issues. Then we moved on to the 2G network or GSM network, where we enabled the digital phones supporting voice and data SMS services. But again, there we had the shortcomings in terms of data rates, and then we moved to the 3G network. Yeah, 3G network was kind of an hype in the network telecom network evaluation. Then it was kind of considered failure, and then we move to now the current 4G or LTE network, where everything is all IP and it supports the higher broadband. And now we are supporting getting into the 5G world, right? Which is completely, totally different spectrum compared to the previous generation of network. Here we are talking about the data speed in terms of Gbps or low latency, 1,000 times of bandwidth, and supporting the new use cases which never were not possible with the previous generation of network. Yeah, and considering this evolution of telecom network, which has taken place in last four generations, I would say that, yeah, I mean, we are seeing the future sooner with respect to telecom network evolution.
Sure, sir. Thanks for that opening perspectives. I'll move on to Ms. Jayaraman, actually. So you work with across the globe, right, with pharma, biotech companies. What does the future mean for your customers? What do you envision as the future, or what is the interesting things that are happening over there in that space? Ms. Jayaraman, I think you're on mute as well. Do you want to check your mute settings, please? Do you want to try now again?
Shreya, you're using any earphone or something? Shreya, if you can hear me, beside your mute, there will be an arrow. Click on the arrow. You will get audio options. In microphone, please go and select microphone array. Or you might get Realtek array, Realtek microphone. Beside mute option, there is an arrow key. Click on that arrow. There will be a window pop up. First, there will be speaker, then there will be a microphone option. In microphone, you can select either microphone array or you can select Realtek. So Guru, I'll sort this out. Maybe
Sure.
my number to Shreya. You can continue.
Yeah, please. Yeah, thanks, Keshav. Thanks a lot. So yeah, technology is still something, right? Especially we are still all getting used to, especially in this pandemic influenced world. So yeah, I'll move on to Mr. Srinath Shankar Narayanan. So in your space of travel, right? So when Pick Your Trail actually started, you pioneered the personalization of travel packages. That itself was a disruption, and from the moving away from the one size fits all approaches. And then you also use data and AI as well, I presume. I would like to understand from you, Mr. Shankar Narayan. So, what is the future for travel and tourism industry? Now that we know that there is a short-term impact due to the pandemic, but obviously that's going to tide over very soon. But what's in its store for the future? What do you think? How people will there be a long-term shift in the way the people's behavior towards travel will be, or what is the interesting things happening in this space?
Hello, you guys are able to hear me?
Yes, sir, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
All right, okay, super. So travel as a space has been a very conflicting space after the COVID. Technology at one spectrum, technology was supposed to make the world a connected world, and it ended up being disconnected. And borders were becoming very, very prominent. Like countries were not allowing other countries to come in, and it was very evident your nationality carried the weightage in terms of how many countries you can go to and what is the access you have. At one end, that is the counterintuitive aspect of it. World was supposed to be connected, but it ended up being so isolated, and we kind of realized after COVID that this is how it is. But at the same time, the future of full stack travel has kind of arrived. So when I say full stack travel, is people earlier to pre-COVID, they were looking at booking things one at a time, like flight, and then they will book for hotels separately, and then they will book transfer separately, they will book other things separately. But what ended up having post-COVID is that the biggest gray cloud that is hanging over their head is that, hey, what happens to my trip if something unforeseen happens? Canceling 10 items is going to be a big pain. Can I have a full stack solution where I can cancel one entire trip in one go and everything else is taken care of? That is kind of brought fast forward. That was supposed to happen probably 3 or 4 years down the lane, but that has kind of COVID has fast forwarded that for this particular industry. So if you look at most of the industries, especially the travel leaders, for most of them, they're back to their pre-pandemic levels in terms of revenue, which is counterintuitive because world is still not opened up. But the real thing is that the pent-up demand is huge, and pent-up demand is real. People are frustrated being locked up at home, and they're looking at the first option of having to travel. If they get the first option, they would travel, and they would travel places. So from that perspective, we believe that the future of full stack has arrived, and that has kind of placed us in a very interesting position where ours is a personalization platform where you can book everything end to end, and if you have to cancel, you have to just do one thing. Just go ahead and cancel it, and everything is cancelled easily as well. And also what it does is that our current platform allows you to get the latest information in terms of COVID, because COVID has made travel really confusing for the real-time people. You have to fill up forms. In immigration, there are a lot of stuff to do. There is quarantine, there is no quarantine, vaccination related documentation, RT-PCR. All of that has meant that a lot of information asymmetry exists at the moment, and technology is making that information democratic for people so that they are able to access it well, and they are able to yet again travel across the world. And the hope is that in about a year or so, world will again become a connected world, as we had envisioned back in 2019 or 2020.
Sure. And while we are speaking on technology, right, so I also wanted to bring this up. So there is also this buzz around technologies like augmented reality, virtual reality. So there are these what sounds crazy, like a person sitting in his own room and then experiencing an holiday somewhere else, right? So is it still in the realm of science fiction, or do you really see that as a disruptor for the travel industry sometime?
To be very honest, the concept of metaverse, concept of this AR, concept of doing virtual holidays, all of these are, great to hear. But I think that is still there for a very small section of the audience. A large section of the audience crave for real experience still. And that being said, AR and VR, what it's going to do is it's going to enhance their holiday, but it's not going to replace their actual holidays, is my opinion. And having seen after post-COVID lockdown being released, I see people are willing to travel and people are dying to travel. So I don't think AR VR is gonna replace holidays. Number one, number two, it is gonna probably enhance their pre-expectation of going to a vacation. Maybe they can help make better choices in terms of the destination they're looking to go to. That's something that is definitely possible, but I don't think it's a significant disruption yet. Except for the technologies that we're talking about, metaverse and all of that, which is for a very small set of audience. I would like to believe, and the technology is at least about 8 to 10 years away.
Sure, sir. In fact, I can see our audience screaming in agreement. I can at least hear them virtually agreeing with you, because a lot of us, we want to get back to the real, away from the virtual classes, physical classes as well. So there has been a lot of talk in the class about how sooner can we get to this physical experience as well. So obviously, yes, we can relate to what you're saying, sir. And while we're still on technology, Mr. Mahalank, so there are these major technology enablers, right? So the Industry 4.0 technologies, the cloud, IoT, AI, and all these things which are now, almost part of dining table conversations, right? So they are as popular now. But what do you think is some of the, what is the next big thing, or what are these emerging technologies which what is today what cloud was like 15 years ago, right? So what are these names that we have not heard about, but could be the next big things?
Yeah, again, I'll be speaking from telecom perspective here,
sure.
Telecom network perspective, right? In my view, the next big thing or the promising technology from telecom world will be the 5G, and which is already started happening, right? 5G holds the promise of bringing the applications with high social and economic value. It provides the hyper connected society, all kind of devices connected, be it mobile devices or the Internet of Things. And if you see the 5G, it mainly caters three kinds of use cases. One is EMBB, or enhanced mobile broadband. That means the higher speed, higher bandwidth. And then the use case 5G provides is the URLs, is the ultra reliable low latency communication. It's where 5G will enable the use cases with the lower latency in terms of 1 millisecond, right? Like for example, autonomous cars, or the autonomous driving or the connected car, where you need the latency in terms of milliseconds so that you can take the action. And then the other use case, what 5G targets, is the massive machine type communication. So again, this use case is totally different than the other two use cases. So here we are talking of millions of IoT devices connected, but you really don't need the bigger high speed or the bigger data speed here. These are the use cases are like smart meters or the smart utilities, where you send the data once in a while. The frequency of data is very less, but the volume of devices is very huge. So all these use cases cannot be catered with the current 4G or the LTE network. These are the use cases which which will be expecting to be taken care in the upcoming 5G network, right? And if you were to compare this 5G network with the previous generation of networks, 5G is totally different. In the previous generation of networks, they're kind of the closed black box kind of networks, where they had their own proprietary network, own protocols for communication within the network nodes. But that is totally being ruled out for 5G. Here we are talking about service-based architecture. Now the 5G network is just like any other IT web applications running. Right? Here we are hosting the 5G network on using the cloud native technology like Kubernetes. And even the earlier generation network, namely the radio network, was kind of a very much closed network where it was using the proprietary hardware, whereas in case of 5G, we are talking about the disaggregated radio network. So that means you'll be able to host the radio network on top of commercial off-the-shelf servers. And here the protocols are being made open, which is through the Open RAN kind of standards. So this is a major shift in the 5G compared to the earlier generation of network. Like I said, with 5G, we'll be seeing a lot more new set of use cases being enabled, namely AR, VR, real-time gaming, or maybe autonomous driving, smart cities, utilities, drones, unmanned aerial vehicles, video streaming, smart factories. All these kind of use cases will be taken care by 5G. Yeah, definitely. We see this 5G will totally shift the view of how the telecom network has been operating in previous generation of network, where the earlier generation of networks were more focused on the voice or the data, whereas that is totally getting changed with the 5G network.
Sure, sure. Thanks, Mr. Nalagu. I mean, we'll all watch it for 5G, and like it was spoken a few minutes back. Also, technology is one of the great forces of democratization as well. And this entire telecom technology has brought in, opened up immense new business opportunities which did not exist even 6 years back in India. So, so we've discussed about technology and future so far. Let me quickly check with Shreya and Keshav whether they were able to resolve the issue. Shreya, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me now, Guru?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. So, yeah,
Okay.
I'm glad to. In fact, I'm very glad to hear your voice, Shreya. So let me go back to my original question to you, Shreya. So about pharma and biotech, right? So what are the interesting things happening there? What do you see as the future where that industry is heading to?
Sure. So I think COVID has transformed. It was pivotal for our industry, and it has transformed the way we look at things. Right from clinical development, where 8 to 10 years it used to take to make a vaccine. Today we've released COVID vaccine in 8 to 10 months, in less than a year, with the same amount of safety, leveraging data, leveraging technology. We've been able to do the unthinkable, truly. Okay, so I see shorter time spans for drug development. That means pharma companies can expect more revenues as they monetize all this, innovation that they've done and created this new therapeutic agent. I see much more use of technology in terms of running clinical trials. Data is going to be king. So AI, ML, analytics are going to play crucial roles. IoT, because now we're looking at clinical trials not run in a hospital. We're running clinical trials in your own home and using your devices. So we're telling you, buy your device and please let us harvest the data from that and comply with the protocol. So we're going to be seeing a much more patient-focused, much more personalized kind of medicine also coming up. Because now we're going to be able to leverage data, we're going to be able to leverage all this karyotype data that we also have, and we're looking at a complete revolution of how we saw drugs coming into the market. So where, it was a guarantee that it's going to take you 10 years to get your drug to the market. Then you have 5 to 10 years to make your money. Okay. Now with this kind of a shift and regulators being open to virtual trials, we are going to see a tremendous acceleration in terms of drug development and a tremendous impact of technology in drug development.
Sure. Thanks for those perspectives, Shreya. Apart from that, so you're also head of the strategic initiatives, right? So, and you're also involved in CSR. So, I wanted to question about how does in fact, in one of your recent videos, I heard about you talking about how all of us could just contribute to the Prime Minister's Relief Fund, but then we can actually do more. Companies can in fact gain more from this CSR. So apart from doing it for the right thing, which everyone does it, right? So how does CSR also tie back to the strategic initiatives? How does CSR actually help a company strategically also?
Sure. So I think a lot of people look at CSR as a cost. This is something I have to spend, and I don't have the bandwidth to figure it out. So I'll just put it in the Prime Minister's Fund or whatever, right? Or I already have an NGO I'm working with. I will just, kind of support them and go ahead. But I feel we should look at this as an opportunity, because every pain point is actually an opportunity for us to grow. And I think in terms of CSR, it's a spectacular way to showcase your commitment to your industry. I'll give you a small example what we've done at Take Solutions. So we partnered with Adyar Cancer Institute, and we supported their preventive oncology department for a while. And we were able to support so many women, thousands of women getting, preventive breast cancer, mammograms, all those kind of breast examinations. We were able to support multiple camps through the city. And it is great when you can actually prevent something as, horrific as cancer, and create that kind of an impact within your society. But then you can take the same message to your customers who understand what this means, right? Because somebody from pharma would understand what it means, because there is a societal toll, there is a psychological toll, there's a financial toll, there's a physical toll. I mean, cancer really is, it breaks your life at many points. So they understand what this means, and it really gels with our clientele, when we talk about this project, and it makes them feel, yes, we're doing something. We could be doing other things in the same space. But when we talk about this, it gels with our clientele. You were talking about how we have restored some lakes and other water bodies around Perambalatur. And yes, in fact, we chose to do this around our office. Our own employees, we come on Saturdays, on Sundays at some, time in the morning, like 5 a.m., 6 a.m., we're there at the lake and we're cleaning. We're physically there and cleaning. But let me tell you the happiness that we get. All of our volunteers always report back saying, oh, I'm so happy I did this. Oh, this is such a wonderful initiative. We've not been able to do initiatives recently because of COVID. We're looking for different ways to do it, which is safe for our team as well. But, that kind of employee engagement, right? You're not going to get it no matter how many parties you throw. That kind of goodwill you're not going to get. So how can you use CSR to engage with your different stakeholders? How can you leverage the money that you're anyways going to have to spend to make your case, to voice your why, to voice your purpose as an organization, I think is very important.
Sure. Thanks for this perspective. Since you're involved in both, right, we couldn't resist asking about that, and a really interesting perspective. Yeah. Shreya, if possible, please turn on your video, please. Possible.
Turn on? Is it not on?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So the next question is actually a common question I wanted to put forward to all three of you. Because each one of you are, we felt you are uniquely positioned to talk about innovation, right? So, so each of you are in fact an authority, and we wanted to ask you about your own experience on innovation. So I'll start with Mr. Shankar Narayanan here. So, what should companies actually do to create a culture of innovation? So there are a lot of things that are that we read about in HBR articles. We discuss about in our case studies also. So from a practical standpoint, what is it that you have tried in your organization? What has worked and what has not worked?
Okay, fair enough. So generally, the word association with innovation is around path-breaking technology or a path-breaking solution or a path-breaking some path-breaking stuff. But more often than not, in the B2C world, innovation is not necessarily path-breaking. It is just common sense, which is yet to happen more often than not. That exactly is path-breaking, if I have to put it that way. Like if I have to talk about it, everybody is talking about social commerce, but more often than not, social commerce has always been around. If you look at it, you have ladies group which exchange saris and they buy saris and do all of that. But now that has become a very big business by itself. So, in my opinion, generally innovation largely is, obviously in the academic realm, it is, 5 years, 6 years, 10 years of a lot of effort that goes in. as Mr. Shashi said, I'm sure 5G must be at least about 3 or 4 years in the making to get to this point as an innovation. But in the business side, in the B2C world, in the commerce world, innovation is largely process-led innovation, if you have to largely look at it. And there, you'll be pleasantly surprised if you listen to your consumers and you stay curious. More often than not, the biggest innovation will wait to happen in front of you. I have to just take that example again. E-commerce, the biggest innovation that happened in the last 5 years is cash on delivery. Is just common sense at the end of the day. But it was not there in US, it was not there in Europe, or it was not there in China as well. But India pioneered that because in India, if we listen to our consumers, trust was an issue to get onto e-commerce, and that essentially led to this innovation that is there. If I had to take Picture Trail's example, one of the things that we kind of realized is that large part of people's hesitation towards personalization or free independent travel was saying that, hey, if I go in a group, if something unforeseen happens, I have fellow Indians that I can always go back to and figure out what needs to be done, or how if you have to form groups when we are going and we want to do something in a new country where we don't know the language or we don't know the new culture, how will we set in? So we built in our app a very simple thing called as virtual concierge, which would act as their trip buddy. Some parts of it obviously is crowdsourced information, recommending them nearest restaurants as per their liking, or a nearest open spaces they can go and have picnic, or if they have any emergency at any point of time, how do they connect to a human and pass on all that feedback back to their family members, saying that, hey, today they are in this place and they're safe. These are some very simple process-led innovations that are there, but it feels like a wow for them, and delivering that customer experience and a wow experience, in my opinion, is innovation also.
Sure. Thanks very much. Ms. Jairam, the same question. From your experience, what has worked in terms of building a team with an innovation mindset? How does one practically do it? I don't think Keshav, I think it's not audible, right? 1 second, right? You want to check with that?
Okay, hi. Sorry.
Oh,
Can
okay.
you hear me now?
Please. We can hear now. Please go ahead, please. Yeah.
So, technology is obviously not my friend today. Okay.
Yeah, it still can't replace physical meetings. Yeah, please, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Of course it cannot. So, but obviously I think it has created a space where we can at least have something better than nothing. So, okay, in terms of innovation and creativity, right? I think there are two important things. One is, and I'm going to speak from an organizational perspective first, and say that innovation is a culture. Innovation is a process. And it's very important for us to first define why we want to innovate, and then define processes and policies that support our innovation culture, and kind of keep this going, because it's something that is constantly evolving. It's not like I innovate once and I stop forever, right? I have to keep innovating and keep growing, and the only way I can do this is through a process. Okay. So when I have a well-defined process, when I have the right stage case, I'm going to be able to, as an organization, innovate much better and build an innovation ecosystem that involves multiple stakeholders, both within and outside my organization. Okay. Now, if I'm looking at it from a very micro perspective and saying, okay, as a manager, how do I get my team to be innovative? I think the most important thing there is to have open communication and to kind of invite ideas from the whole team. So invite the team to say, okay, X team members say, okay, this is a project I'm working on. Can you guys give me some solutions? What do you guys think? What are the things I can do? Right? So at a very micro level, these kind of conversations, this kind of openness, looking for ideas within the team, looking for ideas maybe even a little outside your team, will be able to help you foster a culture of innovation where people feel that they can come up with ideas and their ideas will be taken seriously, and they are able to grow. All right.
Sure, sure.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Sure.
Thanks again. Thanks for those perspectives. So I'll move on to you, Mr. Magalang. From your product management perspective, what has worked in terms of motivating your team towards innovation? How do you go about it?
So typically, we have seen the IT engineers who are working on the products, right? So they are very much narrowly focused on the modules or the work they are doing on day-to-day basis, right? So in my view, having the broader picture of the products on which they are working, maybe understanding the end-to-end use case, makes them to think from different perspective or give them the different angles through which they can come up with the new ideas. And these ideas need not be any path-breaking ideas. I mean, these can be simple product improvement or addressing the shortcomings of the product, addressing the pain points of the customers, right? So, yeah, and definitely, yeah, we should be having the motivation for employees, motivate them through giving the proper rewards or recognition. That is even a very important thing to be factored. And yeah, and maybe uh, have some workshops to come up with how do they identify the ideas. Like even for me, I mean, just creating the ideas just for the sake of innovation has never worked. Right? Ideas or the new solutions have popped up when we are trying to address some customer problems or trying to come up with the solution, or when we are trying to build the new roadmap feature. So these are the scenarios when we end up having new ideas or the new innovation ideas.
Okay, sure. So we spoke about the future. We spoke about technology. We also spoke about strategic initiatives, a little bit of CSR also, and about innovation. So now I actually move on to the next segment, what I call as the challenges and opportunities segment. So all this talk about the future, the opportunities that it presents. It also brings a lot of challenges. So that's what I want to talk about that in this segment. So I'll start with Mr. Shankar Narayan. Right. So a lot of us in the audience, they are also there are some people who want to become entrepreneurs tomorrow. So how different is starting a company today compared to what it was when you started? What are the challenges that tomorrow's entrepreneurs or even those who are trying today will be facing, and what should they do to actually bring? What should they do to actually build or come up with a resilient business model?
I would like to believe that doing business in India right now can't be any more exciting, number one. Number two is the fact that the TAM, total addressable market in India, is so huge and so ever growing, and people have adopted to technology like no man's business. To be very honest, India is ahead in terms of payments, in terms of e-commerce, in terms of social. So that means that your customer is now available out there and very easily accessible, which was not the case probably 10 years or 12 years down the previously. So that means that and there is never a bad time to start. You can COVID has brought to the front entire e-education as a industry. It has thrived in the edtech has thrived in this COVID era. So I think that there is no good or bad time for getting into business. And the other thing is also the fact that there is now very easy literature which is democratically available, right from how to start a private limited company to how to go and get your first customer, to customer acquisition strategy, to social media strategy, to product building. There are so many groups out there. So I think the information has become more and more democratic. The only thing is that the person who's going to be starting off, they have to answer only 3 questions largely. One, are they solving? They have to be, number one, obviously figuring out, are they solving a very obvious problem which is big enough? Number one, is their solution something that the customers relate to? And number three is, can they acquire customers at scale? These are some of the things that they will have to answer for themselves. And if they are able to do that, I think there's no better time to start than now, to be very honest.
Okay, great. So as long as the answer is clear to these questions, a pandemic or no pandemic or whatever it is, anyone can still, I mean, the customer is still the customer, and anyone can still start it, right? Sure. Thanks very much. I think that answer would have made a lot of people, would have motivated a lot of people in the audience, I guess. And also, there is coming to Ms. Jayaraman. Now we can see you as well. Thanks for that. And so there is a lot of interest on how do you actually pitch a strategic initiative to your company? And I mean, this is also something like an entrepreneur going and pitching to a venture capitalist, right? Or maybe it is not, you can tell us. But still, at the end of the day, how do you actually convince them of their strategic initiative? And also, can strategic marketing help a company to develop a key differentiator, especially when the going gets tough?
Sure. So I'm going to answer your two questions separately. For how you pitch strategic initiatives, I'm actually going to give you a use case. This is something that happened at Take. So what had happened is we kept hearing from the sales team that customers are asking, what do we do for the environment? Customers are asking, what is our green policy? And at that point in time, and this was even before CSR became a big thing with the government laws coming in, we were feeling the need to address this because this is obviously a key stakeholder for us. And then we took it on our team and we did a lot of research. We understood that there is something called a sustainability reporting, which was being done by our competitors, our larger competitors. We understood that companies are actually using this as soft marketing, okay, as a way to enhance their their position in the industry. So we took this on. We created a presentation and took it up with top management. We got their approval to run this initiative. We launched our sustainability initiative. We have been reporting ever since then, and this was ever since 2013 we started, and we've been reporting ever since then. On how we are performing along different aspects. Then we've also, this prompted us to also launch multiple other things like our volunteer initiative, all our CSR initiatives, and tie everything together. So as a strategic initiative, this came as a need from customers. Okay, this was the voice of the customer that we listened to. We pitched this and we got the necessary approvals and were able to take it forward. Okay, now I think as a manager, there are two very important things you need. One is you need conviction and passion that this is something you want to do and you want to achieve, and you need to be able to get that going. The second thing you need is a really great mentor or boss who's going to support you through this and pitch with management, do all those background kind of discussions, so you're able to take your project to the next level. Okay, so I hope that answers your first question.
Yes. Yes,
But a lot of, I mean, that said, a lot of strategic initiatives are also top down. Management will approach you and say, this is what we need, and then you obviously set up stuff. But this is one way to pitch, and I think it's important to make the business case for it. I think everything starts with a business case, as our fellow speakers were also talking about. Then when I come to how do we differentiate ourselves, especially, yes, when the going gets tough. So here again, I'll give you a business case, a use case from Take, because this is something we have seen great benefits. We have been, since 2016, we have been investing heavily in technology, and we have been investing heavily in AI and ML to support clinical trials. Okay. while yes, some customers did see the value even before, and we've had great, appreciation and things like that. This, when COVID hit, this was a great differentiator for us in the market. We made a lot of noise with the fact that we have a product which can support your clinical trials. We can help you with virtual clinical trials. And this gave us many breaks. Today we are doing we have done 10 COVID trials. We have, been able to even get one marketing authorization out of all these trials, which is great. So in that sense, we're leaps and bounds ahead because we were able to differentiate ourselves from the normal, clinical research organization, which says, I have lots of CRAs, they will go and monitor, we will ensure compliance, right? But this was something we had invested in. This is an innovation we had invested in, and we were able to leverage it at the right time to, showcase ourselves differently. So in terms of differentiation and strategic marketing, because strategic marketing doesn't just look at it from the point of one campaign or one operation. It is a very holistic view of your brand, of your different, how you reach your consumer, why you reach your consumer, what do you want to tell your consumer at that time, right? So that holistic view that you get from strategic marketing gives you a better, what do you say, gives you a much sharper roadmap and gives you greater chances of success because you're able to look at things from across the board rather than just a point, uh, you know, uh, just one point in time, really. So in that sense, strategic marketing can help you scan the environment, understand what is the need of the hour, and make things happen.
Sure. Thanks a lot. So coming to you, Mr. Malak, Ms. Jaraman also spoke about AI, ML, and how technology was also there, right? So my question to you is, when you are developing a product and there are so many changes that are happening, how do you deal with those disruptions by the time the product is about to go to market, right from the ideation stage to the go-to-market stage? So many things, the market itself would have changed, right? So how do you deal? There is agile and all that, but how do you actually deal with this constant change in the? The other panelists also spoke about how the customer is important still, right? So if the customer's needs are changing that rapidly, what do you do with that?
Yeah, definitely Agile provides that flexibility where you deliver the product in the incremental manner, and it provides the flexibility to adapt the changes and in a more disciplined manner, and also get the constant feedback from the customer. That is one, yeah. So I would just, that is the way I would, we as a product manager, we handle this challenge in terms of to handle the rapid changes or the changing requirements coming from the customer, right?
Sure.
Yeah, and other challenge is the getting the consensus from different stakeholders, right? Typically the product manager is the bridge between different stakeholders, namely the engineering, sales, pre-sales, marketing, and even the upper executive management. So yeah, and as a product manager, you are required to rally together with all the stakeholders and get everybody to the common consensus to deliver the product in a timely manner. Yeah, and maybe also when you are building the product backlog, it is always advisable to rely on the factual data rather than just going with the emotional decisions. Not because you have the cool technology, you wouldn't like to build the product backlog. So you need to rely on the factual data which can be derived from the sales pipeline or your market analysis. Yeah, and one more thing I would like to add is that as a product manager, we always complain the time constraints, or we don't get enough time, but due to our engagements with the day-to-day activities. But yeah, as a product manager, you need to keep yourself updated on the technologies, market trends, and competition, and you should be willing to adapt the changes coming in terms of technologies or from the customers.
Sure, sir. In fact, on the topic of technology changes, I plan to ask you about that in the next segment as well. So yeah, please hold your thoughts on that because that question is still coming up. So I move on to the final segment, something our audience is also mostly anticipating because this directly corresponds to them. So I would call it as the advice and tips section. So I'll start with you, Mr. Shankar Narayanan again. So when you went and made that pitch, so last event, right, our last event before this, you saw six teams of budding entrepreneurs making their pitch. While you were joining, they were wrapping up their pitches and all that. So please recount your own experience of how you made your successful pitch that actually led to the funding of Pick Your Tribe. What did you do right, and what should we do right?
Okay, ours probably is not going to be a great example to talk about, to be very honest, because they were initially our customers. So they ended up liking the product so much, and they said that, hey, what are your thoughts on next steps and how you're looking to scale this? And it was just a casual chat that was happening, and from there on, it just happened. So we did not go through the rigmarole of putting together a pitch deck, putting together, a 5-year P&L balance sheet projection or any of those things. It was just because they saw the product, they saw the conviction that is there in terms of what it has to offer, and they said that, hey, let's go ahead and do. So it ended up being easy, and they were also so right from Girish to Bembo family to Shyam or Mr. Raj Gopal, and now we have few more on board as well with us. Though we have not announced it, there are few more people. All of them ended up being actually started being our customers first, and then eventually investors. So I think if you do great job of execution, more often than not. The story speaks well for itself, because I'll tell you right now, capital is in abundance, and that is something people may or may not tell you. Capital is in abundance because, let's say, for example, US, your interest rates in US are sub 2%. In Japan, it is negative, and there is loads and loads of money. And China is now a closed wall. And India is the only market where the money is all coming in, right from our equity markets to the number of unicorns that you would have seen last year and this year put together. All money has to be deployed. Capital sitting idle does not make money for you. Capital has to be deployed. So I think now is, probably the golden era of fundraising. 2015 was one such era. 2017 was, and I think 2021 is one such time. Idea whose time has come will definitely get funded. There are obviously three things they look for in terms of what are your metrics. Largely metrics around customer engagement, customer LTV. What is your, if it's a website related metrics, if it's an app related metrics, right from retention to repeat purchase to repeat cohorts and whatnot. Basically, if it's an encouraging metric, and if it is a great product by itself, which customers love and the feedback is great, I think idea whose time has come will definitely get funded. Largely, what you have to do is initially focus on execution. You have to make sure that your product is absolutely loved by the customers. It need not be the most fancy app out there, most fancy web out there. It needs to solve a real problem. And if it is able to solve a real problem where customers are willing to pay for it, and are you able to repeat that behavior over a period of time, and you see a scalable way of repeating that behavior, I think the money will, the idea will get funded. And now that all the VCs are very, very easily accessible, there is, 7 years, 8 years before, this ecosystem was very closely guarded. You would have to know somebody to get a connect. But right now, you just go and reply to their tweet. For all you know, you will be getting a response that you know. And for all at least in our cases, large part of my batchmates ended up being in the VC world. So they are like yet another friends for us that we have seen, work with us, grow with us, and now they are in the VC world. So it felt like a very organic thing that we believe that at this point of time, a great idea which has got initial traction will definitely get funded as long as you're open to honestly executing it.
Sure. And just one follow-up question on that. So let's say the idea is good, but let's say I'm a very new guy, right? Unlike your case, I don't have any existing customers. How do I acquire my first set of customers? Is there anything?
Oh yeah, you need to be just shameless and go ask your friends and family.
Okay.
Like when we started Cricket Trail, we were 26, 27. All of our friends were getting married, and after marriage, first thing is you go on a honeymoon. We would just first thing they send me an invitation for a engagement would be, where are you going for honeymoon? That's the first thing we would ask. I think a large part of the journey is that for somebody who's starting on their own, they need to be great salesperson. That is a given. You can't be saying that I'm an engineer, I'm a coding guy, I've never done sales. You have to do sales at some point of time or the other.
Sure.
Unless if you don't do it, I don't think your idea will, because you have to sell your idea to investors, you have to do it to your customers, you have to do it internally to your employees to build teams. You need to be a great sales guy. And if you don't end up being that, it's very difficult to find customers or succeed also. So I think the first network, your network of people, friends and family, will give you your first 1,000 customers. And this is true for any business. Any business, it is true. Obviously, I'm not talking about B2B SaaS, because unless you have a huge network of people who are working in higher positions out there. But B2C, this is true. Your first 1,000 customers will come from your network.
Sure. Thanks a lot for those perspectives. And moving on to Ms. Jayaraman, so our EMBA classes, they are a motley bunch, right? So there are some people at the initial start of their career, there are some already working. A lot of people are working in marketing or trying to get into marketing. What would be your advice, right? So especially you would have seen how in this 10 years since your B school days, the industry has changed. So what would be your advice for those people interested in marketing to build their careers? What should they do?
Sure. So I think whether you are in the industry already or you are joining, I think marketing analytics is very important to understand, if not to be able to do. Digital marketing is again very important to understand, if not to execute. So these are things you need a handle over, whether you are see, earlier it used to be that it was, oh, B2B means there is no digital marketing, you just do LinkedIn or whatever. But honestly, even B2B in today's scenario, you need digital marketing. Just we take ourselves, we've been pitching for digital, we've not gotten it till now, till COVID. And we, within a very short time, we were able to land $1 million deal just through digital marketing. And that was phenomenal for our organization. And now we're really pushing digital. But to understand that space, you need to have your research in place, you need to study that. So get those, get that knowledge, if not certifications, so that you can boost your profile as well as really create value for your organization. So that would definitely be my first suggestion.
Sure. Thanks a lot. I'm sure a lot of our audience are in fact finding this very useful. And going on to the final question for this discussion, Mr. Mahalang, there is also a sizable number of people working in technology or interested in getting into a technology industry. So of course, the individual technologies might keep changing, right? So a lot of people currently in our batches, they're focusing on data science, machine learning. But more importantly, what should somebody in that industry, what are those key attributes? Or if you want to name some specific technologies which might be big in the next 5 years also, that will be useful for people, yeah, please do that. But more importantly, what are some of the pitfalls that people should avoid? What should people do to make it big in the tech space?
Yeah, I mean, as a product manager, I would say that to have your product or launch your product successfully, I mean, first and foremost important thing is to do the proper market and customer analysis, identify the market, size of the market, do the TAM, SOM analysis, who are your target customers, how the competition looks like, whether you have the proper return of investment for the product what you are building, whether customers are willing to pay for this product, right? And how do you position your product with respect to pricing, features against the competition, and what are your competitive advantages, right? And yeah, I mean, when it comes to execution, right? I mean, having execute plan for agile based development, incremental development model, so that If you wait to fail, you will fail fast rather than to going for a huge investment and later see the failures at the later stage of product development. And right timing of your product, right? Whether you are launching the product which is early to the market, again that can lead to the failure, or if it is late, again that will lead to failure. And as a product manager, you should also ensure that you enable your sales, pre-sales, equipment, equip them with the proper trainings, sales collateral, and provide all the customer use cases, because at the end of the day, they represent your product in front of customer. And most important thing is to have the proper product vision with the roadmap, and you need to evolve your product roadmap so that you sustain your product even in the coming years.
Sure, sure. Thanks a lot. In fact, I would like to thank all three of you for those very insightful comments that you gave today, and for being here for us in the first place. I know you're all very eminent, busy people, but thanks for actually making it here and sharing your wonderful ideas. I found it personally very illuminating indeed. I'm sure my classmates also would feel the same way. Thank you so much for being here. So let me summarize what we discussed now, and we'll move on to the next set of events very soon. Just to summarize, I'm sure a lot of you would have found it very useful like me. So we spoke about our theme, what our panelists thought about, those exciting things that are going to happen in their respective industries first, and then we spoke about the role of technologies, strategy, and then we got down to what are the challenges that businesses face, and from their own experiences, they were narrating what we should do, and finally, we also spoke about some tips for the audience or career suggestions for the audience. So it was indeed a great session. Thank you all. So now we'll move on to the next set of events for the day that we have planned today. I'm told that there is a quiz that is lined up next, which our committee is getting. They will share the instructions very soon with you. And then there is an interesting another event with alumni planned after that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And now let's time for you to move on to the quiz. Thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of the evening ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Hey guys, good evening everyone. I hope you're all watching us on live on YouTube. Keep watching. And we have some exciting closing ceremony with announcement of winners of the events following the current event. And please keep posting your comments and questions in YouTube. With that, let's move on to the next section of the event, which is our alumni talk. So it's all going well. We all secured one or the other degree, got a nice job in hand, bunch of friends, family, kids, home, car, and whatnot. Wow, it's all going well. Wait a minute. There is some void space. What is it? Am I doing everything the right way in my career? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe MBA has an answer to this. Maybe it can give a jump start to my career. Our alumni, who had answered all these questions well ahead of us and paved a way and walked in front of us to lead the path for us. Alumni are the one of the main pillars and success of any institutions. Here we are with three of our alumni to talk about the rigorous path that they walked on to reach the destination successfully to start another journey. Let me introduce our first alumni to say a few words about him. He is a forecaster, visualizer of past and the present. No, he is not what you think. He works with data and helps stakeholders visualize the metrics and create insights. He worked with several CMMI companies in the past, and currently he is working with the so-called JP Morgan Chase & Co. It's none other than our own Amijit Hazarika. Eagerly waiting to hear your experiences, Amijit. Welcome.
Good evening, Ambika. Thank you. Thanks for the lovely introduction. So, coming to my journey, it was an excellent journey of the last 2 years that I have completed my executive MBA from IIT Madras. So, just going back for a few years so that I explain in a proper way. So, I started my career fresh as an engineering graduate back in 2014. I started working for Capgemini, and then like after Capgemini, I moved to TCS, then from TCS to KPMG, and currently, as you have mentioned, I am with JP Morgan Chase. So this has been a great journey. I have seen, like, the entire 7 years was a roller coaster ride. So when I was a fresh engineering graduate, I was a completely technical person where I was into data and analytics, and I used to develop visualization using the tool called ClickSense. So this is one of the tools which is used by the stakeholders, mostly the CEOs, CFOs, CEOs, to analyze the data using the current data and then forecast it, like how they see the business, where the business stands after 10 years, where the business stands after 5 years, and how the business has performed in the last few years. So this is what my career journey started with. So coming to how EMBA helped me over here is, like, when I was a completely in fresh engineering graduate, I was bound within the circle of a completely technical person. I did not have much of a business knowledge, but when I joined KPM, when I joined DOMS, IIT Madras, for my executive MBA, that time I was holding close to 3.5 to 4 years of experience. So then I saw that there's a lot of thing apart from doing only developing reports or helping the or using data and helping the stakeholders or building reports. There's a lot. It's a big sea. So this once I started, once our course started, I saw that these reports, what I am building from the last 3.5 4 years of tenure, can be modified and help business in in many other ways. So initially, what used to happen was there was a person whom we all know, we used to call, like, business analysts. So business analysts, usually what they do is, like, they gather the requirements from business, pass it on to the technical team. So what technical team is missing is the gap. There's a gap between the business team and the technical team. So there was a complete miss, and there was a person sitting over here who used to connect both of these. So when let me consider, I am over here and business over here. So when I got enrolled into executive MBA and I started my career, started learning about the business. So what helped me is, like, it helped me to connect business to technical. So I used to pitch in. So even when it comes to ClickSense dashboard, so like there are multiple domains that we develop. Let's say let it be marketing, let it be HR, let it be sales dashboard, let it be finance dashboard. So each and every topic that we studied, each and every subject that we studied in IIT helped me to connect my technical development to the business and provide the business stakeholders with various insights. So let's consider a few examples from marketing, where let's say there a particular company, a particular organization is organizing various events in multiple locations. So they would like to see what are the like they are usually focused, stakeholders are usually focused on various KPIs. So when you talk about KPIs as a technical person, it would be a little difficult to directly pitch in for ideas and then build KPIs for them. But when you have a business knowledge of marketing, you can pitch in with different ideas, like let me have a KPI for you which would show you various events that got hosted in various part of the country or various part of the globe. Then also you can pitch in, like there are some these are some of the products which we would like to show it to a particular target customer or a target segment. So in that case, what happens, as a technical person, you can also pitch to the business that yeah, this is the right thing that we are currently doing. However, there is a better way of doing as well. There are better insights we can generate as well. So coming to HR segment as well, HR domain, when initially we used to get requirements from the business to build dashboards for them. But after I learned more HR topics, related topics, how we can have a better organization, better employee friendly organization, we can pitch in for like to the business that let's consider something, let's build an application which should help you in having the headcounts on the basis of multiple dimensions. So let's build a dashboard which should help you in analyzing the data of your headcount. So if your attrition is going more, what is the reason for the attrition being going so high? If your what's your retention rate? So these are the few things which comes from the HR domain, which as a technical person it would little be difficult to pitch into the business directly itself. Whereas once you enhance, you once you gain those skills, it would obviously help you to pitch into the stakeholders and let them know that there are more better way of insight of, or let's projecting a data, or maybe a better way of seeing the data. And also coming to finance domain, I am currently working with JP Morgan, as you have seen. So we have mostly a lot of finance data, and we use that data for the chief financial officer to build dashboard for them to analyze the data. So what the CFO does is, like he analyzes the data, what he has got for the last few years, and then we can pitch in. Okay, so when we talk about finance, we, as a technical person with zero business knowledge, we would only know very less topics, like credit, debit, loan, EMI. So apart from that, there are multiple other topics which we which this courses teaches us, like the balance sheet. Starting with the balance sheet, that's the first subject which I learned: the balance sheet, the P&L statement, the income statement, revolver lines, credit score, EMIs, installments. So these are the some things which I have this really helped me a lot. And then in my current organization, they wanted someone who can totally understand what business is, and also develop change the business requirement into technical stuff, and use the technical skills to resolve business issues. So as of now, I with the help of those courses, they really, like I'm delivering all the required stuff, as well as I'm also pitching in for various other ways how, like the business can enhance in a better way. So these are the few things, like few examples which came in from like last 7 years of experience what I have used over here. So it's very, I mean, it's, I would definitely say it really helped me. From the last 2 years, I have seen that it really helped me as a completely technical person. Now how I can connect business, or let's say the business issues, to resolve resolve the business issues technically and provide a better solution to the stakeholders. So that is all about me. That's what I currently do.
Thank you so much, Amazrit, and thanks for sharing your experiences with us. That is a great insight. You early in your career, I guess you have identified the gap where you can pitch in. You have beautifully mentioned all of those experiences, and thanks a lot for that.
Thank you, Ambika.
With that, let me introduce you to our next alumni friend. He has a rich experience in the automotive product lifecycle, from product design, feasibility study of entire vehicle, packaging, and validation. He has interest towards market research and data analytics, which help him provide strategic solutions to corporates with data-backed solutions. He is a process automation enthusiast as well. He works to identify the repetitive jobs which can be automated using a programming softwares. He has delivered multiple projects over 6 years, which impacted the company's bottom line. From being a core automotive guy, he has switched gears to become a management consultant post EMBA at IIT Madras. I can't wait to listen from him. I welcome Mohammed Imran on stage to tell us about his experiences.
Thank you, Ambika, for this wonderful words of introduction. It was really heartwarming. So, do I have my slides with me, which I can use?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So just like Ambika mentioned, and as you can read on the title of this slide, it is a small description of how I made the journey of being an engineer in an automotive market and moving my career from an total product development guy in a core mechanical engineer to a management consultant post EMBA. And let me take you through how I have made this journey in terms of 3 segments. Next slide, please. So as you can see, I have just made 3 slides for you. It is going to be what EMBA will give you and start from day 1 and my journey. So these 3 segments of my audience are who are going to invest on EMBA or who are looking to invest on EMBA and are not yet enrolled in that, are still skeptical or having doubts on this course. And start from day 1, my friends who are already part of this course and having the great time enjoying the journey of knowledge gathering and the interaction that they get with their peers and the professors as well. And the third part is my journey in the post EMBA world. How did I tackle this, getting the job as such, which is quite a difficult task if you ask me. Next slide, please. Yes, so these are the 4 points which I immediately could think of. So platform to explore, any guy who's looking to learn new things and who wants to experiment with what he already knows and he is ready to take his career to the next level, I think this could be a best investment for you. And you should 100% listen to me. You should go for it, considering all the rational decisions that you have taken in your life. And the second one, why would I would recommend this is peer-to-peer learning. I have been with colleagues who come with rich industrial experience. When I say rich industrial experience, it's not just one technology or software. I have been with people who have worked in oil and gas industry and any other industry you name it. I have my friends who are working there. So the inputs what they bring to the table is versatile and it's going to enrich your knowledge as well. And third one is pretty obvious. Career path is going to deviate for you, and I'm going to share my perspective towards it in the last slide. And the fourth one is pretty easy. You don't have to balance it. EMBA will do the work for you. Work on the left and the life on the right, but still inclined towards the left because it's going to be heavier. Next slide, please. Yes. So this slide is specifically for the people who are already enrolled and ongoing the journey of executive MBA. The first question what I went through is, what is going to be a specialization? When you're applying for a job, this is a big question which I had to face, and believe me, it was very difficult to answer this question. What will you name it? Because you are given n number of electives to choose from, and your brain is such that it is difficult for you to navigate, and your interests lie in all over the place. Specifically me, I'm into data. You could have seen my whatever she read about me, right? I'm doing automation. I'm working on automobile product development. I'm also into coding for some other software. So you can imagine what's going on in my head. So that was pretty difficult. So this is my advice for you guys, that try to navigate this as quickly as possible. So it will help you to build on the specialization that you know and still be a generalistic person, because you need to be a T-shaped employee. You have a depth on something, but you know all the horizons of the business. So that is something very important. And industry. So when you're studying, you don't study for marks, you study for the industry. You approach every elective in terms of clearing one JD. I felt it's very important. You take a JD, if you're going for a data analytics course, take a JD, 5 JDs in that thing, and list down whatever requirement the industry has. Try to prepare in that way. You prepare for exam, you prepare for JD. That's when you actually monetize your investment when you're studying in the executive MBA course. And the third was very important because it helped me out to navigate my transition from being an engineer to a management consultant. Who are your friends in the industry? Because you need to answer this question very specifically. When I say friends, I mean it, because networking has been a term which has been very negatively used, if I say so, because I personally feel that many of them approach in a very indirect way of just getting their job done. But I feel there needs to be a connect. Even if things don't go right, you have a human to human interaction, because not today, not tomorrow, but 10 years from now, you're going to see that person again, and somehow he is going to be a big differentiator of your career. It happened in my life too. Okay, coming to the fourth point, project, I have already told to some of my friends here. I had got a chance to discuss with them on this. Align your project with what you aspire to become, because project is going to be a key cornerstone for getting the job that you aspire for. I did this with one of my professor, Amit sir, which actually helped me to get this job. So projects are very much important. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yes, so this almost brings to the end of my presentation, and I'll just take a moment to take you through my journey of how I got interest in management consulting. So the first book, what you see here, no, The McKinsey Way, this is the reason which made me drive towards management consulting, or it made me fall in love with this profession. And even before this, I think a whole credit goes to LPS sir for all his classes, because I always like the way he explained about his problems in his career and how we approach them. So it's all about problem solving that business specialists in their organizations are not able to solve them, and they come to management consultant for their best opinion, and management consultant seriously break their heads to find the apt and the prompt solution for that. Coming to the second one, how to crack. So this is the second book that I recommend for this, specifically for people who are very much interested in management consulting. Case Interview Secret. It is actually a very my secret of cracking this interview as such. And the third one is how to do it. Just like I told you, it is a ball game of problem solving. You need to be on your right mindset to understand the problem, decode it, define it, and resolve it with the right analytical solutions that you can back it with. So that is the third book. In this journey, I had my senior who's helped me or supported me to get this interview cracked. Arun Sandeep is someone. So when I talk about networking, I have a great, he's not my network, he's my friend, I should say. That's why he was able to go 1 mile further to support me to get the interview which I wanted. So once I got the interview, I could just make use of these books which I put here, and the executive MBA course which I did, and that's how I cracked it. So with that, I think I gave you some amount of idea in my journey of executive MBA and breaking through my career pull to a management consultant in the specified time that I've got. Thank you for listening. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Imran. Thanks for sharing your views. Actually, peer learning is what I'm enjoying as well. It's really helping us a lot in terms of talking to so many people from different industries. And there are few insights that you mentioned, especially prepare for few JDs. The way you look at your elective is really a great insight for upcoming batches as well as to us. And your journey matched with the books is really a good way to show us how you actually did it. Thank you so much for that. Okay, with that, we are moving on to our next alumni. He has a decade of experience in handling manufacturing operations and railway workshop operations. But there is a twist here. He took a sabbatical from Indian Railways as he was deeply inspired by the academics to pursue his PhD in finance and accounting from IM Bangalore. He believed that humans are the greatest asset to any company and they are to be managed very properly for the growth of the company. It's none other than Mr. Joel Christopher. I hereby welcome you to share your experiences with us.
Hi, Ambika. Thanks for the wonderful welcome. It's good to be a part of Embark 2021. And to begin with, I would like to say October month has been very special to me because the first reason is I got my posting in Chennai, which happens to be my hometown. So I came back here. And as a result of which, I was able to apply to dorms in EMBA. That again happens in October, if you can remember. And also the third thing, last but not the least, is Embark. So which we were always a part of and would continue to do so, right? So thanks for inviting us and it feels good to be connected. Yeah, so here I'm taken a different decision, that is to get back to studies, be back into academics. So I'll be just telling few points which could be helpful to you. Yeah, so what does being an EMBA entail? So the benefits which I got by joining EMBA program, can you shift to the next slide, please? Yeah, so the conceptual clarity which we get, always the professors ensure that, we get whatever they teach in class. They also have tried to enforce the discipline and also, they take really good care of us. Okay, in fact, I remember like myself and Abhijit used to be like last benchers, and Professor Arun used to call our names and ask us like whether you understood the concepts and all those things. Yes. And also time to time, like Professor Tilerajan was there, he used to encourage us for doing good in our quiz and all, by giving away small goodies. So all those are small things, but it really, motivates you, right? When you do something good, when you learn something new, so it motivates you to even do better. So that's what you happens when your concepts are clear, and it kind of increases your analytical thinking. So I was really happy to see some of our batchmates and the juniors who are presenting some problems and with some solutions which they were able to get. Okay, so further, when they can go into deep analysis through data, etc. So I think they can do a great job in bringing about their new startup or whatever. And at this juncture, I'd like to tell that the capstone projects which are there, the 3 projects are really useful for us for, defining the problem, doing the data collection and doing the analysis and making a report for and explaining to them like this could be the possible solutions. And being in an industry, you can also try to implement and see whether it's working or not. So that kind of growth you can see in your own personal and professional network, and because of which you have good confidence, right? So that is definitely going to accelerate your career. So also we can see that many of us friends get a lot of leadership qualities. You can see a lot of group works and projects, and definitely this will help them in their work life as well. And for me to say this decision of joining EMBA has been the best strategic investment decision which I had taken. And in talking about the return on investment, so being a finance person, so I always think about that. So I try to get back like whatever I've invested within next 2 years. So I'm doing a good job on that. And also when you think about your future career, so you get a lot of options. So can you go to the next slide? Yeah, just as in the case of capital budgeting, you have various rail options. So when you try to shift, make a career. So you have various options, which even I was thinking to make, okay, to maybe to become any of the things. So our friend Imran has become a management consultant, and even Amijit has shifted his career. So it's good to know all those things. And I was motivated to, get back to books and join academics. So I had taken guidance from my EMBA coordinator, Professor Vaibhav Chawla, like, who was really helpful, to guide you, to, give you exposure, like what you need to do, to do all to prepare yourself for attending the interviews from various colleges, etc. Right. So by that way, so I was really motivated to join the academics. Next slide, please. Yeah, and once you do finish your EMBA, provided you take your coursework seriously, so you might have, by the end of 2 years, you will be a better candidate for competing or trying to make a chance into top IIMs or IITs, etc. So, so be confident on that, and please take your coursework seriously, and that has helped me. And also, in case you want to work and also do a PhD, so IMK has a practice track wherein you can work and also do. So there are similar institutes which you can always try to find out. Yes, and also I believe that EMBA program will make you a better candidate to withstand the academic rigor, right? The expectations set by the institutes in terms of the research output, etc. So you will be a better candidate. So the last 3 points are the things which I missed out personally. So I can tell you that in case you want to have a competitive advantage, I recommend that you develop your own statement of purpose in the area which you want to pursue your research, or maybe even try to publish some small papers or case studies by working along in the 2 years. So that would make you really stand out in the competition. So I tried, I'll be doing a few paper publishing and stuff in the near future. So that's all. So thanks for calling us.
Thank you so much,
Thank you
Joel.
so much, Joel.
As you mentioned, conceptual clarity is clearly a marker for MBA. I'm with you on that. And I'm sure some of us as well try to go into academics. You will be a greatest inspiration to all of us. I'm sure it is giving you a great experience, and sure it will be for us as well. And by the way, we miss those goodies from professors due to online classes. And thanks for your insights. And with that, we are coming to the end of the session. And I'm sure all of us have some takeaway from their from our alumni's valuable feedbacks and experiences. Right, with a small quote, I would like to close this. Don't just see the tunnel. There is always a light at the end of it. Thanks again, and thanks for participating, and thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, Ambika.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. The future has arrived sooner. Yes, we are nearing the close of the wonderful event. It is our pride and privilege to be part of this IIT Madras ecosystem, especially as a student. We are all back in the student mode after few to many years of the break. It wouldn't be possible to have a smooth transition without the right coordination from the department side. So, as we all know, we have two wonderful coordinators for this executive MBA, Professor LPS and Professor Vaibhav Chawla. Now, I invite Professor Vaibhav Chawla to share us few words about this event and the program. Thank you.
Professor VC are in mute.
Sorry. Thanks, Mukesh. Good evening, everybody. It was a fabulous set of events and speakers in the last 3 hours. Lots of information and insights were shared during the program from the speakers as well as from the students who participated in various events. So the theme, as you know, was the future that arrived sooner, and we have seen that the technologies such as AI, ML, IoT, cryptocurrency, etc., these technologies are changing businesses and what the businesses offer to their customers. However, I would like to add an insight that the technologies will change, the offerings will change, but what will remain constant is the objective of the business, which is to create value for the customer. And with that thought, let me start by thanking each and everyone. And first and foremost, let me start with thanking the speakers and the guests for today, because it is said that the guest is God. So let me start with this spirit. I first extend my heartful thanks to the keynote speaker, Dr. Jabir Dhinagar from TVS Motors Company, for enlightening the audience on the theme and especially talking about the energy sector with reference to the theme. I then extend my thanks to the panelists in the panel discussion, Mr. Shashikaran Mahalan from HCL Technologies, Srinath Shankar from Pick Your Trail, and Shreya Jayaraman from Take Solutions Limited. Lots of thanks to the judges for the elevator pitch event, Mr. Ramnath Vaidyanathan from TCS and Professor Sile Rajan. I'm happy to see alumni participating and extend my thanks to Amici, Mohammad Imran, and Joy. Now coming to the people who are within the IIT, still with the IIT family. Let me first extend my thanks to the Institute, the Director and Dean, to empower the departments and the students to conduct such events of intellectual importance. Many thanks to Professor Arun for unwavering support to conduct this event. Thanks to faculty colleagues for helping conduct this event. Thanks to the IT staff for their support. And finally, both I and Professor LPS want to thank our students, but we lack any depth of words to express our gratitude to them. But still, we offer our heartfelt thanks and congratulations to the team of EMBA students. They have worked very, very hard in a very, very short span of time to conduct this event and make it possible. And let me not name everybody because the list is huge, but let me congratulate each one of them who worked very hard in the last 1 to 2 months and putting a lot of hours in spite of, pushing assignments and exams, in addition to their work, the pressure from their work at this point of time. So thanks a lot. Finally, it was a great experience, and we hope that we will come back with another event and we'll take on another theme and take the event to greater successes in the future. Thank you, Mukesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vaibhav. So we are entering to the official Thanksgiving ceremony, and I would like to start my thinking by quoting a Tirukural, Payanthukar Seida Udavi, Nayantukin, Nanmai Kadalir Peridu, which means if you weigh the excellence of a benefit, which is conferred without weighing the return, it is much larger than an ocean. Today, we have got many insights from the experts on the future that arrived sooner. And as Professor VC mentioned, I would like to thank Dr. JD, our keynote speaker, and our panelists, Srinath Shankar, Shriya, Shashikaran Mahalank. And also, I would like to thank various judges for the events, Ramnath Vaidyanathan and Professor Tillerajan. And I would like to mention a special thanks to Professor Vartika and Professor C.B. Rao for judging us in the Administer event and the What If Scenario event. They have really helped us to screen and select the winners. They worked behind the screen. Special thanks to our alumni Amjit, Imran, and Joel for sharing their views. And we would like to thank Professor Vaibhav and LPS for giving us space to discuss and make this event a grand success. We would like to thank our HOD, Professor Arun, for being present in the event and setting the right tone when we started it. Thank you, sir. We would like to mention our special thanks to the EMBA office, Geeta Madam, Rajesh, and everyone. Another special thanks to Vizi and Keshav for helping us to host this with a seamless flow. And it would be a simple thank you it would not be enough simple thank you for my fellow coordinators for this Embark event. Every one of them has slogged and stretched themselves beyond their limit with many sleepless nights and early mornings. Thank you, everyone. Finally, I would like to thank all our EMBA students, alumni, MBA students of DOMS as a participant. Without you all, we wouldn't have reached a great success for this event. Thank you, everyone. And now I move on to announce the winners of all these events. Slides, please, Keshav. So we are going into the winners announcement. The first one on what if scenario. So we had two scenarios given, and next slide, please. Yeah, we have Ratish as a winner and Shovan Kumar as a winner. Thank you, every participant who has given your valuable inputs on this what if scenario. It was really wonderful, and we have got very good comments from Professor C.B. Rao, who has judged this event. Next, we are moving in to the audience quiz. The winners are Nitin from batch 2021 and Shovan from batch 2020. Many congratulations. There was a stiff competition in the quiz, so both of the batches have got one prize each. Nice participation, and it is a very good question setup by the team. Next, moving on. In Administer, the runner-up is the team Matrix from our senior batch, Swapnika and Subramanyam. Moving on, we have the winner as the Administer. It is a team Fahrenheit. Shruti, Nivedita, and myself. And moving on, we had a wonderful Let's Startup event. So our judges had very difficult time in seeing who is the winner. So we have got two winners here, one from the service category, which is Team Wakanda, Vivek and Nagarajan. We have got one more winner in the Let's Startup event. That is from the product category. That is Hot 2O from Gautam Krishnan from the team Black Market. Many congratulations, Gautam. We had wonderful inputs from both the judges on this Let's Startup event. And I would like to thank and congratulate every one of you who had participated in all these events and any of these events. Without you, this event cannot be great success and interactive. Thank you once again. See you soon, hopefully in the campus. Thank you.
Super, super, Murugesh ji. Nice show.